ILTV on the hour. We're live from Israel with your top headlines from across the region. It's 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. I'm Ladar Lazi, and these are the latest developments coming to you live from Israel. Tensions are heating up on the northern front as Israel launched strikes against Hezbollah targets in Lebanon Monday evening. Israel is accusing the Iranian-backed terror proxy of attempting to rehabilitate and rearm in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement, and is threatening more action. The IDF struck and eliminated 3 Hezbollah terrorists and multiple terrorist infrastructure sites in Lebanon. The army identified one of the terrorists as Samir Ali Faki, who smuggled weapons for Hezbollah across Lebanon. Among the targets struck included a rocket launching site in southern Lebanon, including weapons that the army says were aimed directly at Israel, as well as several strategic weapons and other terrorist infrastructure. The IDF said that Hezbollah is continuing to attempt to rehabilitate its terror assets across Lebanon in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement between the two countries. As such, senior Israeli officials warned that should Lebanon fail to uphold its agreement and fully dismantle Hezbollah, Israel will be forced to escalate its attacks and finish the job. And following his meeting Monday at the White House with U.S. President Donald Trump, Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara said overnight that his country will not enter direct negotiations with Israel at this time over joining the Abraham Accords. However, he did not rule out the possibility of such talks later, perhaps with U.S. assistance. Speaking from the Oval Office, U.S. President Donald Trump concluded his meeting with al-Shara with some positive words.
We want to see Syria become a country that's very successful, and I think this leader can do it. I really do. I think this leader can do it. And people said he's had a rough past. We've all had rough pasts. But he has had a rough past, and I think, frankly, if you didn't have a rough past, you wouldn't have a chance. He's a very strong leader. He comes from a very tough place, and he's a tough guy. I liked him. I get along with him, the new president of Syria. And we'll do everything we can to make Syria successful, because that's part of the Middle East. We have peace now in the Middle East, first time that anyone can remember that ever happening.
And joining us now with more on Israeli-Syria relations and the prospects for normalization, as well as the latest regional developments, is Dr. Nir Baum, Syria researcher at the Dayan Center at Tel Aviv University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good to be here.
So U.S. President Trump met yesterday with the Syrian president. He had some very kind words for al-Shara. How would you characterize their meeting?
Well, it seems that both sides report a good meeting, and I think part of it is an attempt to show momentum. President Trump, the same president who said that America needs to be great again and focus on internal issues, is actually getting his country more involved, particularly in Middle East affairs. We see it in Syria, we certainly see it in Gaza, we see it elsewhere as well. And part of what was done yesterday is an attempt to solidify this. There's still more details here because this is not all about the president and al-Shara meeting. al-Shara would like to see more sanctions relief. al-Shara would like to see more recognition. President Trump would like to see more stability. He would like to see to make sure that the Iranians are not there. But there's also some other directly Israeli interests that are at play here. And they were discussed partially with some insinuations. And I think the more important pieces of them are to be revealed in the coming days and weeks, whether we'll be able to get into the security agreement in the south, and whether the United States will put more of its weight on another topic that was discussed there, a broader agreement, Syria, Abraham Accords, the same ideas that the American administration is trying to promote. At the moment, the president said this is not the time, but if America will put its weight, perhaps more can be done. And that leaves some openings for the future.
Mm-hmm. Now, al-Shara, who has consistently been saying that he wants peace with Israel, was a lot more cautious in his meeting with Trump in terms of, he said he's not going to join the Abraham Accords just yet. He wasn't, talking so openly about peace with Israel. I mean, why do you think that is?
Well, Ashara is in a different position than he was a few months ago, and I think that what had happened in the south, mainly the Sweda crisis, has a lot to do with it. The statements of Ashara at the very beginning were more forthcoming, and part of that was perhaps a combination of wishful thinking and also an observations of the Israeli policy that in many ways had helped bring Ashara to power. Without the Israeli involvement in Syria, without our bombing of Iran and the weakening of its proxies on the ground, Ashara could not have come to power. But later on, Israel fairly assertive line is basically taking Ashara's back a little bit, as well as the embrace that President Trump has given to President Erdogan, a very important pillar in Ashara's bringing to bringing to power, and the fact that Turkey has been embraced by the Americans is actually helps the part in Ashara's administration that is a bit more hawkish on many of these issues. And if it seems that the Americans are accepting Ashara and accepting some of its allies that are not necessarily adopting the pro-Israel direction, then Ashara can afford to be more cautious or less friendly. And we've seen many other statements regarding Gaza as well, and we've seen them recently. We have not seen them before July.
Exactly. It seems Ashara is taking a little bit of a turn away from Israel. And, you mentioned Turkey. And so I want to get into that a little bit. Talk about Turkey's role inside of Syria. Can you maybe explain the Turkish connection and what its role is in all of this?
The Syria war that had broadly ended, at least its significant chapter in 2018, had created a de facto division of Syria, a weak government in Damascus, and many of the rebels, particularly the more Islamist rebels, had moved. They were actually transferred by green buses to the north west of Syria to a province, an area called Idlib. One of the people who became very visible is no other than Muhammad al-Julani, then later known as Ahmed Ashara. And he had led this group that became dominant there, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, a group that was very much backed by Turkey. And therefore, when he is able to take over Syria, again, due to a number of circumstances, some of them has to do with the increasing weakening of Assad, with the weakening of Russia that was very busy with Ukraine, and with Israel's activity that had weakened the Iranian proxies. Turkey becomes de facto more involved, and Turkey has interest in Syria, certainly in the northern part of Syria, certainly vis-a-vis the Kurds, a lot of influence, particularly with the foreign minister, and Turkey is there and would like to be more involved, not just in Syria. We've seen it more recently on Gaza. The embrace that Turkey received from the United States certainly helps this Turkish involvement. And in some ways, when there are competing axes, the Saudis certainly being one, and the Americans themselves. So Turkey still remains involved. There are some attempts to temper its involvement, but this particular configuration makes it involved and able to influence both from the inside with the fact that it's supported and helped build Ahmed Ashara and the infrastructure, and also from the outside because of Erdogan's relationship with President Trump that gives him a lot of credence and in a way, green lights to move along with his interest. All of this, of course, or at least some of this, is potentially tricky when it comes to the Israeli perspective.
And what is the situation inside of Syria today? I mean, does al-Shara actually have control today over the entire country? Because, as you mentioned, we know that Syria is very deeply divided. So does he today maintain control over all the factions, all the different parties inside of Syria?
Look, Syria had seen 10 military coups in the first 9 years of its existence. And that was long ago, 1946. But if we're looking at the recent war, Syria had seen over 1,000 militias operating in different parts, and that's separate from the other divisions between the Kurdish-dominated areas, the Druze-dominated areas, the Islamist-dominated areas in Idlib. It's going to take a while to make this country work again. To create a model of power sharing that will enable central administration. And what we have seen in the past few months, what had happened with the Druze in July and beforehand in March with the Alawites and in June as well, when we've seen another massacre, is an indication that President Bashar is still struggling, still does not have full control. And we've also heard about a number of attempts to assassinate Bashar, some recent ones, by people, by the way, who are coming from, broadly speaking, his own circles or his former jihadi circles, which he now a little bit departed from. And now they're saying that he is not extreme enough. So no,
As Trump said, a rough past, I think was the word he used. That
yeah, he says
yeah.
if you don't have a rough past, you won't be able to deal with the president. But of course, Syria is still fragile, and there is no indication whether President Bashar will be able to remain president, and whether there's not going to be another attempt to destabilize. There have been a number of such attempts. But I would say more broadly that there is an American interest, and I think there's actually an Israeli interest, that Syria will be stable and that Syria will be united with a healthy model of power sharing, and with a model of power sharing that will make sure that minorities in Syria, and certainly groups that are more moderates in Syria, will have more power vis-a-vis Damascus. That's going to be good for Syria. That's going to be good for its neighbors. For that, we need influence of moderating factors. I'm not sure that the Turkish influence is the type of influence that will actually help Syria get there. That's a potential concern. But overall, there is an interest to bring Syria into a stability. Whether Ashara will lead it or somebody else eventually will lead it, that still is the broad interest. And we're certainly not there yet.
And I do want to ask because, we are talking about the Abraham Accords. Trump is clearly trying to gain momentum, especially ahead of the planned visit of Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince. How likely is it that Syria will join the Abraham Accords? I mean, is this something that you see happening in the near future, especially with everything we've just talked about, all the sort of uncertainty surrounding al-Shara and the future of Syria?
Look, Sudan has joined the Abraham Accords. That's not a country that is completely cohesive, and it's not a country that is able to actually implement the Abraham Accords, but there's still some meaning in its joining the Abraham Accords. And I say this because we were actually much closer in July when we had a Syrian at the Israeli parliament, at the Israeli Knesset, speaking about that particular point following a meeting with President Ashara at the time where some of the issues that we're just speaking about were not on the table. And that was a time when that seems to have been closer to an agreement than to a broader agreement. We have Syrian counterparts who are interested in stability in the region and in engagement with Israel. That's a possibility and a feasibility. And in many ways, it may not be just the Syrian choice alone. And I think in that sense, Ahmad Ashara is to some degree correct. If the Americans will push further, there's a chance for more progress. And perhaps even if it's going to be a fragile statement or an agreement that will have a certain opening for a broader engagement than what we've seen in the past, it can be a positive sign. It is possible as it is not plausible. I think this is not something that is necessarily right now on the table, as was indicated. But I think that if the Americans and some of their allies would like to see additional stability in the region and would like to increase their sphere of influence and to make sure there's going to be less reasons to fight, means like the Abraham Accords are actually very useful to achieve some of these objectives. And therefore, there's going to be an additional push. And it's not unlikely that Syria will be able to join this agenda in some way.
All right, Dr. Nir Bohms, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today and for your unique insights. Thank you. And moving on now to Gaza, the United States is reportedly planning a $500 million base near Israel's Gaza border. This according to an exclusive report by Israeli website Shomrim. According to the report, which cited Israeli officials familiar with the initial plans, the facility would be used by the international forces operating inside Gaza to maintain the ceasefire and disarm Hamas, and would include several thousand troops. The report also stated that potential locations are already being scouted in the Gaza envelope. And meanwhile, on Monday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with White House advisor Jared Kushner in his office in Jerusalem. Also in attendance at the meeting were Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff, along with his advisor Arya Lightstone. The meeting reportedly focused on the implementation of the second phase of U.S. President Donald Trump's Gaza peace plan, including the demilitarization of Gaza and the elimination of Hamas from any future role in the Strip. And so joining us now with more on the latest developments in Gaza is political and military analyst Major Elliot Chodov. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
So let's start with this report of a new U.S. base on the border with Israel. What do you make of this?
This is further erosion of Israeli sovereignty. The idea of placing a foreign military base, and let's be clear, it's going to be an American-built base, but manned with troops from, at this point, who knows which countries. We know that Turkey would very much like to be there. Qatar would very much like to be there. So suddenly Israel finds itself hosting troops of, let's say, less than friendly countries. I don't want to call them enemies at this point, but as we know, President Erdogan of Turkey has expressed an interest in dropping a nuclear weapon on Tel Aviv. That's not exactly a sign of friendship. There's a basic rule, and it goes back to deep origins of political sociology and the German sociologist Max Weber. Foreign troops on your territory is essentially an intrusion on your sovereignty. Sovereignty is about maintaining what Weber called the monopoly of the use of violence within your territory, and this gives up that monopoly. For Israel in particular, that also means farming out or signing out or contracting out its security along that border. Because as we know, and we've seen this in South Lebanon with UNIFIL, the presence of foreign troops doesn't protect Israel. It protects the others from Israel. And so Israel suddenly finds itself in a situation where because I don't believe it's an if, Hamas refuses to fully disarm or refuses to disarm at all and begins to rebuild beyond what it's already doing, if Israel needs to operate, it's now going to have to coordinate with whatever forces are there. And what happens if they decide not to coordinate? What happens if they refuse Israel permission to go in? Once again, Israel's defense and sovereignty is now being contracted out to others, whoever they may be.
Now, Jerusalem insists that it is still in control. We had the Prime Minister's spokeswoman, Shosh Bedrosian, yesterday saying that Israel is still in control and working in collaboration with the United States. But from what you're saying, I mean, it really does seem like the United States is slowly taking over the operations. We know they've already taken over aid distribution. How is this? I mean, I want to sort of get into this a little bit more. I mean, how is this going to affect Israel's security long term and also relations with the United States in the near future?
So first of all, the bottom line of who has authority is ultimately the person or the body that is capable of saying yes. Anybody can say no. And as we've seen in recent months, that yes has to come from the United States. And the prime minister can say all he wants about Israel being in control, but it's only in control as long as the Americans agree to it. And by my way of thinking, that's not full control. That's conditional control. The taking over of humanitarian aid concerns me less. That's administrative. Now, within the context, it's an issue, but in and of itself, it concerns me less. The humanitarian aid has to go in somehow. And there is something to be said for Israel kind of, detaching itself from that and letting others handle it for a whole bunch of really obvious reasons, including whatever doesn't work now is no longer Israel's fault, so to speak. And we don't need the credit for it. When it comes to security, we're in an entirely different place because that's a slippery slope. We know things are escalating in Lebanon. Here again, no surprise. Hezbollah, just like Hamas, they're not violating the agreement. They're ignoring it, as is Hamas. And Israel has to hold them to the word for Israel's security purposes. The minute somebody else has a say in that, and here with all due, and I mean this seriously, not cynically, with all due respect to the Israeli-American friendship relationship, our goals and objectives and policies are not in perfect sync. They never are. Two countries can never be perfectly coordinated. What happens when there's a crease, and it's already happening, when there's a crease, when there's a bit of a conflict, and right now we're not talking about a major conflict, but minor conflicts, does Israel give up on its long-term needs in order to maintain the short-term friendly relationship that America could threaten to turn sour? This is a swamp that I think that best if Israel didn't get into it, but I don't know if the government really has much of a choice at this stage.
Mm-hmm. And there is also the issue of the 200 Hamas terrorists that are, the U.S. is really pressuring Israel to release them in exchange for them handing over their weapons. There are about 200 terrorists basically trapped on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line, underground in their terror tunnels. And the U.S. wants Israel to release them. Now, it's a pretty outrageous request considering, they may just say they will disarm, but they'll just walk over the Yellow Line and simply pick up weapons on that side. So, is this a request that Israel should agree to? And I mean, how does this get resolved?
So first of all, Israel should not agree to it. This is, I think, a perfect example of what I was speaking about earlier. Here, America, for whatever reasons, and there are backstories that the release of, or the finding and release of Hadar Golden's remains was built into some sort of backroom agreement that Israel would release the 150 or 200 Hamas terrorists. And now America somehow feels obligated to follow up on that. Well, first of all, I don't understand, and I don't see any world in which there's a moral obligation to negotiate in good faith with terrorists. In other words, so they delivered, what they delivered was something they had agreed to already in the original ceasefire. In other words, they're in 3 weeks plus violation, 4 weeks violation of the ceasefire. And now they do what they were supposed to do a month ago, and they're going to be rewarded. This is absurd, and it's insane. To put it in clearer terms, what we have is a very strange situation in which the United States is now advocating for Hamas against Israel. And once again, for whatever reason, in stark terms, that's what's happening. If America thinks that that's in America's interest, Israel has a serious problem. And I think that from a policy point of view, it's better to draw that line now and not wait 6 months or a year down the road where it's really something explosive. As you said, and I think 100% correctly, we're talking about when disarming, so they'll leave their assault rifles behind, cross the line, and pick up assault rifles on the other side. What have we gained from that? We don't need 200 Kalashnikov assault rifles. You got plenty of them, thank you. That it's meaningless. It would actually be a case of them showing their success in manipulating both the United States and Israel on what is essentially a minor point that a major precedent that's extremely damaging and dangerous.
Now, there is criticism in Israel today in the past few weeks or so, maybe criticism, maybe worry is the right word, that Hamas is slowly rearming, slowly taking over control of more and more of its side of the yellow line in Gaza, and that Trump's peace plan, his grand plan, is sort of slipping away even before stage 2 can be implemented. Do you share that criticism, that worry? I mean, it seems pretty obvious that you do, but I'd like to hear sort of why that is.
The only correction I would say is to drop the word slowly. They're doing it quickly. They're doing it effectively, efficiently. They're taking advantage. There's no such thing as a pause. Everything is strategic and tactical time. They've been given now a month to operate. Nobody is interfering with them, and they are rebuilding. They're clearing the rubble. They're clearing their tunnels. They're rebuilding infrastructure. They're reestablishing their power on the ground. And now this doesn't mean that it's impossible to remove them, but it makes it much more difficult today than it was a month ago for anyone to do it. And ultimately, and I think this is clear to anybody analyzing it, if they are going to be disarmed, the only ones who are going to do it is the IDF. The Americans aren't going to send forces in there, and some multinational force of Arabs is not going to engage Hamas, and they've said so themselves. It's not guesswork. So what we're seeing now is a return to the pre-October 7th situation slowly being rebuilt. And America can talk about stage 2 all they want. Witkoff made a statement. They promised to disarm. Anybody who believes Hamas, I've got a bridge to sell them in Brooklyn. They can give me a call, and I'll be happy to make the deal.
Absolutely. And, before we conclude, I do want to just ask you, for a few words on the return of Hadar Goldin. It's really an historic moment here in Israel. He's being buried today, was buried earlier today. Can you comment? Can you comment on the sort of the importance and the significance of this, that he's finally back home, he's finally receiving a proper burial that he and his family deserve?
The symbolism is critical. We've always maintained a policy, an ideology that we leave no one behind. And of course, that has been breached most famously with Ron Arad, but as a rule, that is one that's followed, and it's a deep ethic in Israeli civilian and military thinking. So yes, bringing his remains back even after 11 plus years shows, and his parents, I think, were very clear about that. The IDF did not forget him. We know now that there were operations going on to find his remains over the past couple of years. They were unsuccessful, but a great deal of effort was put into it. We simply don't leave behind. They're never written off, put it that way. And the 11 years plus timetable shows it. In the end, we were able to get him back, not physically ourselves, but physically through the agreements.
Absolutely. Major Elliot Chodov, thank you so much for joining us today and for your unique insights.
My pleasure.
And our final story at this hour, Lieutenant Hadar Goldin was laid to rest today, 11 years after his death. He was an officer in the IDF, was killed and taken into Gaza during the 2014 war. His remains were held for 4,118 days, and his body finally returned by Hamas this week as part of the ceasefire deal. And today he was finally laid to rest. And that's all the time we have at this hour. Join us every hour on the hour here on ILTV for the latest updates out of the region. I'm Ladar Lazi. Thank you so much for watching.
everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights that are coming out of Israel from this week. I'm your host, Divo Klein, and coming up on today's show, the JNF USA Global Conference showcases immense support for Israel. Yad Vashem reached a massive historic milestone. And Americans for Ben Gurion University lead the way in rebuilding Israel South. More than 2,700 people from over 20 countries gathered in Hollywood, Florida, as Jewish National Fund USA launched its annual Global Conference for Israel. The event highlighted the organization's Circles of Impact, representing the transformative work on the ground in Israel that touches every community from the north all the way down to the south. The conference aimed to unify the global Jewish community in a spirit of hope, resilience, and action. From former hostages to international allies, speakers shared some powerful messages. Have a look. The Jewish National Fund USA Global Conference kicked off with an extraordinary opening expo, where the organization proudly showcased local Israeli craftsmanship, including handmade jewelry, clothing, and art, to support Israeli businesses and entrepreneurs. Guests were then ushered to the main hall, where Jewish National Fund USA President Deb Lust Zaluda and CEO Russell F. Robinson emphasized the theme of radical hope, marking the end of captivity for living hostages and the beginning of rebuilding efforts. After sharing his personal story and connection to Israel and the Jewish people, JNF USA CEO Russell Robinson had one message to the people of the organization and to the people of the world.
So let's shout out to the world without any hesitation. Israel makes the world a better place.
Robinson honored the men and women who make the organization's operations possible, saying that they are, quote, the secret sauce. Former hostage Omer Shem Tov took to the stage alongside his parents, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the Jewish National Fund USA community for their support. His powerful words, "I stand here as a free man," generated a standing ovation.
My name is Omer Shem Tov, and I'm a free man.
The many projects of Jewish National Fund USA were on full display, including the launch of the Emergence of a New North initiative in northern Israel. This visionary project showcased high-tech incubators, the Galilee Culinary Institute, new housing developments, and the delivery of bomb shelters to farmers on the front lines. All part of Jewish National Fund USA's ongoing efforts to revitalize Israel's north and restore security, stability, and resilience to its communities. Jewish National Fund USA positions itself not just as a fundraising organization, but as a global movement of builders, defenders, and visionaries. The message to attendees was clear: visit Israel, engage with its communities, support tangible development, and stand united with Israel against hate and misinformation. Now, let's take a look at a really cool story. Yad Vashem, that's the World Holocaust Remembrance Center in Jerusalem, has just reached an incredible milestone of the 6 million Jews who were unfortunately perished in the Holocaust. Yad Vashem has now documentation of the names of 5 million. That's 80% of the total number. How did they do it? Let's figure out together. Yad Vashem has spent decades conducting research to identify every single person who was murdered in the Holocaust. Identities of Jews from across Europe, many of which the Nazi regime tried to erase, are being unearthed every year. Today, the Yad Vashem Central Database carries 5 million names, 80% of the lives taken during the Holocaust. These names carry different identifications. Some have photos, some have belongings, others exist only from the testimonies of survivors. Yad Vashem's incredible achievement was possible through cutting-edge technology like artificial intelligence, which unlocked new methods of studying testimonials at such fast rates that have never been done before. Now, researchers at Yad Vashem can analyze up to hundreds of millions of pages of testimony in one go. This is not the first time that AI was used for Holocaust memory. The Holocaust Educational Trust used AI and virtual reality headsets to tell the story of a Holocaust survivor. And now, AI is helping Yad Vashem document and remember the lives and names who would have otherwise been wiped from history. This week, hundreds gathered in New York City for a powerful evening of resilience and solidarity. Hosted by Americans for Ben-Gurion University, the event marked 50 years of excellence at the Goldman Medical School and came at a pivotal time for Israel's Negev region.
Americans for Ben-Gurion University brought resilience, hope, and humor to New York City benefit.
We are supporting a fabulous university that serves southern Israel, supporting their students, supporting their people.
Campaign efforts.
A4BGU's New York City benefit celebrated 50 years of excellence at the Goldman Medical School, an institution renamed in honor of Lloyd Goldman's parents.
My sisters and I named in our parents, so it's the Joyce and Irving Goldman Medical School, and my sister Katja and my sister Dorian will be here this evening, and we are thrilled about peace, about Israel, and about Ben-Gurion University.
The Joyce and R.V. Goldman Family Foundation announced a $2 million matching grant to support the future of medicine, investing in BGU curriculum, students, and faculty.
One of the universities that was hit hard was Ben-Gurion University. Hundreds of students found themselves returning to wear uniforms.
The university itself lost about 110 of its members and families on the 7th of October. And a number of our students and graduates were taken hostage by the Hamas, mainly from the Nova Music Festival. Over 6,000 of our students have been on reserve military duty. Some have been killed killed and wounded. It's been a difficult time, but we are resilient. We're going to move forward and make Israel better and stronger.
We heard the testimony of Sasha Trufanov, a Ben-Gurion University alumnus and hostage survivor who suffered 498 days in Hamas captivity.
Started hearing shootings coming closer and closer, voices of speaking, shouting. We thought we had a discussion between me and my fiancée, Sapir. She said it's Arabic. I said that no, it's Hebrew. I wanted to believe, like, there are soldiers.
And a testimony of Noah Shuker, a fourth-year medical student and casualty officer in the IDF, that shared what the importance of A4BGU.
They make sure that we have everything we need. I can say, as a student who also been in reserve service for over 400 days, they made sure that I could really just stay on top of my studies, not miss any test. I didn't miss any lecture. I had everything that I need in terms of marathons and tutoring and psychological support. They really made sure that we would see social workers, and we had talks with regular talks with psychologists, making sure really that the university is doing everything they can to protect us and to keep us on top of our studies and in good shape.
You could feel the sense of mission and goodwill among those who came to support the people of Israel and Ben-Gurion University. The evening concluded with a powerful message to the people of Israel.
For me, the most important thing for Jews around the world is to go to Israel and share the love.
The United States is in lockstep, and there is a large part of the United States that loves Israel and will be behind them, whatever it is.
The 2025 Christian Media Summit was underway in Jerusalem just last week, bringing together leading Jewish and Christian voices in the media world. Among the ceremonies and conferences were the Pillar of Jerusalem Awards, with one winner being the late Charlie Kirk. Have a look. Israel tonight will host 100 representatives of Christian media in the 2025 Christian Media Summit in Jerusalem. The event will include an awards ceremony honoring some participants for their, quote, exceptional contribution to Israeli public diplomacy worldwide, according to the GPO, which is organizing the 4-day summit alongside the Foreign Ministry and the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. The Pillars of Jerusalem Award will be given to prominent media personalities Douglas Murray for his advocacy for Israel, Dr. Jürgen Buehler for his contribution to Aliyah encouragement, Yael Eckstein of the IFCJ, and the late Charlie Kirk for his bravery and his uncompromising support for Israel. The award will be accepted on his behalf by his widow, Erica Kirk. The GPO confirmed that the summit aims to deepen the understanding of Israeli society, confront the phenomenon of anti-Semitism on social networks, and present Israel as an innovative, diverse, and open nation. And on day 2 of the summit, ILTV was at the event and spoke to some of the leading voices of the Christian and Jewish world. Take a listen.
Hosted by Israel's government press office with the Foreign Ministry and the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, the Christian Media Summit kicked off on November 2 and runs through November 6 in Jerusalem, with tours from the Western Negev to Judea and Samaria. A gala was held Monday night at the Museum of Tolerance, drawing more than 200 supporters. Organizers say the goal is simple: equip Christian media with on-the-ground facts and fortify friends who've stood with Israel through 2 hard years of war.
There are people from all over the world. I just met a man from Nigeria, a pastor from America, from Europe. It is incredible. There are over 200 people here, and they're all leaders that are speaking to millions around the world from here in Jerusalem.
Veteran participants say this year's turnout and timing matter. With so many stories told from afar, attendees stress the impact of witnessing recovery and resilience up close.
So it's very important that these Christian media are here to see firsthand how the nation is recovering and hear from Israelis what they've been through and what they think has been accomplished.
The program tackled big questions, such as truth versus propaganda online, Christian-Jewish partnership, and the status of Israel's biblical heartlands, while acknowledging a core criticism, that the summit can feel like preaching to the choir. But organizers counter that this is precisely the moment to strengthen that choir, so it can sing louder, clearer, and farther.
We need the media to speak the truth. We need the church to know the truth and educate its masses. In Africa, 30% of the states are Christian majority states. They know how to read, they know the truth, they know the Bible.
Israel's Minister for Diaspora Affairs told the gathering that the struggle against jihadist extremism is global and that Israel cannot afford distance from allies who share Judeo-Christian values.
So, unfortunately, not everyone understands the importance of the connection with the different churches that supports the state of Israel in the US, in Africa, in South Korea, in Hungary. It doesn't matter. I think it's super important, and we must continue to make this relationship with the Christian communities stronger and stronger.
Beyond panels and site visits, on Tuesday night, the summit will recognize leading voices with the Pillars of Jerusalem Award and spotlight collaborations fighting anti-Semitism and online disinformation. For many attendees so far, the takeaway has been both moral and practical. Tell what you saw, amplify Israeli voices, and push back on falsehoods with facts. Participants say they hope to leave Israel with both stories and resolve. In a noisy world, they aim to be, in the words of one speaker, salt of the earth, preserving truth and standing with Israel when it's needed most.
Last week, a terrifying hurricane tore its way through the Caribbean, leaving the island country of Jamaica in immense devastation. Israel, known for its participation in global catastrophe efforts, has dispatched aid to assist with the damage. Take a look.
And in a powerful show of international solidarity, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered for aid to be dispatched to Jamaica, the Caribbean island country that suffered Hurricane Melissa. This is the most powerful storm ever to hit the island country directly, and the first major hurricane to do so since 1988. With the devastation and damage caused by the hurricane, the Prime Minister's office said Monday that Netanyahu had dispatched a convoy of humanitarian and medical aid to Jamaica. Melissa, one of the strongest storms on record to make landfall in the Caribbean, began to dissipate on Friday after sowing devastation across much of Jamaica, cutting off communities in Cuba, drenching Haiti, and leaving at least 50 dead. U.S. forecaster AccuWeather estimated the $48 billion to $52 billion in damage and economic loss across the Western Caribbean. Needless to say that Israel has its own issues to deal with here in the Holy Land, but it is still committed to international solidarity and cooperation. A beautiful sight to see.
Meet the organization that's actively giving women a choice and a chance at doing motherhood the right way. The way that contains financial support, emotional support, communal support, and so much more. This is Efrat. And ILTV had the executive director right here in our studios to tell us all about their work. Have a look.
And moving on now to another story. As Rosh Hashanah ends, we reflect on new beginnings and fresh starts. And for thousands of women in Israel facing unplanned pregnancies, one organization, Efrat, provides hope, support, and real choices, helping them bring new life into the world with dignity. Joining us now is Neil Salomon, Executive Director of Efrat, to share how the organization is changing lives and how viewers can make a difference. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So, Neil, for viewers who may not know, what is Efrat's mission and why is it so important?
Efrat's mission is singular. It's to help pregnant women who are being pressured to terminate their pregnancy, usually for financial reasons. We're there to give them pause, to allow them to make a decision void of any external pressures. If it is finances that are hindering their choice, we're there to stand by their side. If they feel having another child is just too burdensome financially, we're there to help them.
Incredible. And so can you tell us a little bit about the people and effort involved in sort of collecting, providing, and delivering support ultimately to these women?
So Efrat's been around for about 47 years. We have volunteers in every single neighborhood of Israel, and that's really where we meet our women. We don't actually bring them in. Our headquarters are in Yerushalayim. We don't actually bring them into Yerushalayim, but from our headquarters go out over 3,500 packages of assistance every single month. To these women that need help, they get whatever they need. So we have volunteers that come and package it, about 8,000 volunteers that come through our warehouse every single year, and they send out the support to these women. At the point where the women live, a volunteer is there to care for her, from being there for her emotionally, helping out with her children, helping out with the home, and making sure she gets everything she needs. What does she need? So what we've discovered, when it's financially driven, the fear of the additional expenses of another child or her first child are very daunting. So we tell the woman, listen, if you're afraid that you can't afford a crib, a carriage, basic supplies for the baby, we'll take care of that. What do you want? You're already pregnant. It's your choice. Don't let those finances hinder you. So we provide a crib, a carriage, a baby bath when the baby's born, and for 24 months after which she gets to her door every single month diapers, baby formula, clothing for the baby as the baby grows up, so that shouldn't be what's holding her under pressure. Being a mother is not so easy. There's other pressures, but that's where we come in.
Amazing. And could you sort of share the scale of Efrat's impact? I mean, how many women and children have you supported over the years?
So to date, we can say that we've supported close to 90,000 women have their children in 47 years. So there are probably hundreds of thousands of Israelis walking around that are a direct impact of Efrat. But for us, every woman is the entire world. Every child that is born there is an entire world. And every woman, it's very important to note, because the political landscape in America around the abortion issue is so complicated. This is about giving women the actual choice. And every woman who needs the assistance of Efrat actually keeps her child. These children are not being put in foster homes. They're not being adopted. These are women who are choosing to have their baby. If they need support, we're there for them. And then they go ahead and they raise their children. So today, close to 90,000 women, 90,000 babies. We're at the rate of over 3,000 children that we are bringing into this world, 3,000 women that we're supporting every single year.
Incredible. And so how can our viewers help Efrat continue sort of giving hope, giving a future to mothers and to their children?
So the easiest way is, first of all, to go into our website, efrat.org or cribefrat.org, either way. And first of all, learn about us, understand the tremendous impact. I just want to share with you one story, just to highlight the impact. During the war, we felt that we had to meet some of the soldiers that are our children, but we didn't know who they were. So at the beginning of the war, we raised funds to give warm jackets to soldiers all throughout Israel, up north and down south. Now, Efrat is not a war-related organization. However, we needed to do something. And at that mission of I myself handed out these jackets, we actually met hundreds of our children who, when they saw the emblem on our car, because the jackets had to not be branded, when they saw the emblem of Efrat, they said, wait a second, you're Efrat. Unfortunately, we're called Efrat from the abortions. That's what they call us. They says, you know, our mother told us that when she was pregnant with us, it was Efrat that saved our lives. In the middle of this whole ordeal, we raised about 10,000 jackets. A certain man calls me up. He's from the south in Israel. And he says, you know, my son needs jackets you have to provide. I said, okay, but why are you being so aggressive? He was very aggressive on the phone. He says, don't you know who my son is? I said, no, I don't know who your son is. He says, you know, I had a store in the Shuk somewhere in the south of Israel, and we had 2 children, and my wife was pregnant with a 3rd, but we couldn't afford. The business wasn't doing well. We could barely feed our children that were alive. How can we now have another child? I told my wife she has to terminate the pregnancy. And out of nowhere, she said, like out of the sky, a woman appeared and said, listen, we know that you're pregnant. Somebody told us that you need help. We're here for you if you want. She said, what do you mean we're here for you if you want? And she just befriended her. If she wouldn't welcome us in, we wouldn't continue that discussion. But he says, you did continue the discussion, and this woman became my wife's best friend, and she wasn't willing to terminate the pregnancy. She really wanted this pregnancy. But I had no idea how I can provide. And I did not believe a word your organization said. You're going to come and provide me a crib, a carriage, 24 months of assistance. No way. You're probably a bunch of crazy liars that all you want is for my wife not to terminate the pregnancy. And that's just not what Efrat is. We want to restore the choice for a woman. If she chooses to terminate, that's her decision. If she chooses she wants to continue and she needs support, then there are organizations that are willing to support her. So says to me this father, you know who my son is? My son is your son. He's alive today because of the assistance that you provided. When I came home from the hospital, he says to me, I was crying. On the one hand, I was happy I had a new boy, but on the other hand, I did not know where to put his head to sleep. And as I drove back to my house, outside was a brand new crib, a brand new carriage, and everything you promised, you provided. Today, he's in the K-9 unit, fighting in the tunnels in Gaza to protect the entire Jewish people. Aren't you going to provide for him jackets? And in that way, we understood that what we did 21 years ago, today is really populating the next new generation. So these women that needed us at that point in time continued. They might have a 4th child and a 5th child. Their lives continue. But when they needed us most, we have to be there for them. So if any of the listeners understand that impact, come onto our website, efrat.org, and understand that here we can truly make a difference. We can help a woman in her need, and we can build another Jewish family in the land of Israel.
Absolutely. Neil Solomon, thank you so much for sharing with us today.
Thank you.
And that's all for today's Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped to deliver some positive news that you get to now take with you into this week. As always, I am Devo Klein. Take care of yourself, and thank you so much for watching.
Americans for Ben Gurion University brought resilience, hope, and humor to New York City Benefit.
We are supporting a fabulous university that serves southern Israel, supporting their students, supporting their people.
Campaign efforts.
A4BGU's New York City Benefit celebrated 50 years of excellence at the Goldman Medical School, an institution renamed in honor of Lloyd Goldman's parents.
My sisters and I named in our parents, so it's the Joyce and Irving Goldman Medical School, and my sister Katja and my sister Dorian will be here this evening, and we are thrilled about peace, about Israel, and about Ben Gurion University.
The Joyce and Arvi Goldman Family Foundation announced a $2 million matching grant to support the future of medicine, investing in BGU curriculum, students, and faculty.
One of the universities that was hit hard was Ben Gurion University. Hundreds of students found themselves returning to wear uniforms.
The university itself lost about 110 of its members and families on the 7th of October. And a number of our students and graduates were taken hostage by the Hamas, mainly from the Nova Music Festival. Over 6,000 of our students have been on reserve military duty. Some have been killed killed and wounded. It's been a difficult time, but we are resilient. We're going to move forward and make Israel better and stronger.
We heard the testimony of Sasha Trufanov, a Ben Gurion University alumnus and hostage survivor who suffered 498 days in Hamas captivity.
Started hearing shootings coming closer and closer, voices of speaking, shouting. We thought we had a discussion between me and my fiancée, Sapir. She said it's Arabic. I said that no, it's Hebrew. I wanted to believe, like there are soldiers.
And a testimony of Noah Shuker, a fourth-year medical student and casualty officer in the IDF, that shared what the importance of A4BGU.
They make sure that we have everything we need. I can say, as a student who also been in reserve service for over 400 days, they made sure that I could really just stay on top of my studies, not miss any test. I didn't miss any lecture. I had everything that I need in terms of marathons and tutoring and psychological support. They really made sure that we would see social workers, and we had talks with regular talks with psychologists, making sure really that the university is doing everything they can to protect us and to keep us on top of our studies and in good shape.
You could feel the sense of mission and goodwill among those who came to support the people of Israel and Ben Gurion University. The evening concluded with a powerful message to the people of Israel.
For me, the most important thing for Jews around the world is to go to Israel and share the love.
The United States is in lockstep, and there is a large part of the United States that loves Israel and will be behind them, whatever it is.
At ILTV, we're not just reporting the news, we are on a mission. Every story we tell stands for truth, for Zionism, and for Israel. When you subscribe, you're not just buying an app, you're becoming a partner in strengthening Israel's voice around the world. ILTV is factual, direct, and unapologetically pro-Israel. And we need you with us. Scan the QR code on your screen right now to subscribe and stand with Israel. Because this isn't just news, it's a mission.
Turn up the volume. I am Chaim Biros, Mayor of Modi'in and Chairman of the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel. It's time to join us in Modi'in, City of the Future. We are waiting to welcome you to our young, modern, innovative city with great schools and, of course, all the benefits. Hope you will make Aliyah soon and join our Olim community who are so happy to call Modi'in their home. Now is the time to make Aliyah. See you soon.
Israel is strong and growing. Now more than ever is the time to make Aliyah.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the last hour. I'm Ladar Lazi, and here's your roundup of the developments across Israel and the region. Tensions are heating up on the northern front as Israel launched strikes against Hezbollah targets in Lebanon Monday evening. Israel is accusing the Iranian-backed terror proxy of attempting to rehabilitate and rearm in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement and is threatening more action. The IDF struck and eliminated 3 Hezbollah terrorists and multiple terrorist infrastructure sites in Lebanon. The army identified one of the terrorists as Samir Ali Faki, who smuggled weapons for Hezbollah across Lebanon. Among the targets struck included a rocket launching site in southern Lebanon, including weapons that the army says were aimed directly at Israel, as well as several strategic weapons and other terrorist infrastructure. The IDF said that Hezbollah is continuing to attempt to rehabilitate its terror assets across Lebanon in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon. As such, senior Israeli officials warned that should Lebanon fail to uphold its agreement and fully dismantle Hezbollah, Israel will be forced to escalate its attacks and finish the job. And following his meeting Monday at the White House with U.S. President Donald Trump, Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara said overnight that his country will not enter direct negotiations with Israel at this time over joining the Abraham Accords. However, he did not rule out the possibility of such talks later, perhaps with U.S. assistance. Speaking from the Oval Office, U.S. President Donald Trump concluded his meeting with Syrian President with positive words.
We want to see Syria become a country that's very successful, and I think this leader can do it. I really do. I think this leader can do it. And people said he's had a rough past. We've all had rough pasts, but he has had a rough past, and I think, frankly, if you didn't have a rough past, you wouldn't have a chance. He's a very strong leader. He comes from a very tough place, and he's a tough guy. I liked him. I get along with him, the new president of Syria. And we'll do everything we can to make Syria successful, because that's part of the Middle East. We have peace now in the Middle East, first time that anyone can remember that ever happening.
And in Gaza, the United States is reportedly planning a $500 million base near Israel's Gaza border. This, according to an exclusive report by Israeli site Shomrim. According to the report, which cited Israeli officials familiar with the initial plans, the facility would be used by the international forces operating inside Gaza to maintain the ceasefire and disarm Hamas, and would include several thousand troops. The report also stated that potential locations are already being scouted in the Gaza envelope. Meanwhile, on Monday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with White House advisor Jared Kushner in his office in Jerusalem. Also in attendance at the meeting were Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer and U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff, along with his advisor Aria Lightstone. The meeting reportedly focused on the implementation of the second phase of U.S. President Donald Trump's Gaza peace plan, including the demilitarization of Gaza and the elimination of Hamas from any future role in the Strip. In our final story at this hour, Lieutenant Hadar Goldin was laid to rest today, 11 years after his death. Goldin, who was an officer in the IDF, was killed and taken into Gaza during the 2014 war. His remains were held for 4,118 days, and his body finally returned by Hamas this week as part of the ceasefire deal. In attendance at the funeral was IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, who called his return home the official end of the 2014 Operation Protective Edge. Leah Goldin, Hadar's mother, eulogized her son and said, quote, "We waited for you for 11 years. It's a long time." She added that they never gave up hope, waiting that one day he would suddenly appear and say everything is okay. At least now they can hopefully find some peace and closure. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. For more updates, catch us live every hour or download the ILTV app. I'm Ladar Lazi. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Sivan Raviv, and coming up in today's newscast. IDF officer Hadar Goldin's body finally returned to Israel after 11 years in Hamas captivity in Gaza. According to a new report, the U.S. proposed safe passage for Hamas terrorists in Rafah in exchange for the return of the fallen IDF soldier Goldin. And it appears Iran is rearming for its next war. Israel warns a renewed conflict may be only a matter of time. For 11 years, the story of IDF Lieutenant Hadar Goldin has stood as one of Israel's most painful open wounds. A soldier taken into Gaza and never returned. Last night, that chapter has finally come to a close. Goldin's remains have been brought home after 4,118 days, allowing his family and the country to breathe for the first time in over a decade. Now, new revelations indicate that U.S. negotiators proposed allowing Hamas terrorists safe passage through Rafah as part of the arrangement to bring Goldin's body home, a concession Israel is firmly rejecting. Meanwhile, Turkey is seeking a role in any future multinational force governing Gaza, a move Jerusalem is publicly opposing. And on the ground in Gaza, the ceasefire remains fragile after reported clashes at the border. Israeli sources confirm that U.S. negotiators proposed safe passage for numerous Hamas terrorists through the Rafah area as part of a deal to return the remains of Lieutenant Hadar Goldin, held for over a decade in Gaza. According to the report, the passage was to involve terrorists relocating, effectively receiving immunity in exchange for handing over the long-missing Israeli soldier's body, who was seized by Hamas in 2014. Israeli officials now say that this concession is off the table. Goldin's remains were returned last night and have become a symbol of Israel's determination to recover its missing. For many Israelis, negotiating with terrorists under terms of immunity is a red line. The government is reportedly seeking guarantees that no such deal will be made again. From Washington's perspective, the proposed deal illustrates the pressure to close the hostage remains chapter and advance the wider Gaza framework. But Jerusalem views the option as undermining justice for Israeli victims and inviting further entanglements. Meanwhile, at the diplomatic level, pressure is building. Turkey has issued arrest warrants for numerous Israeli officials, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and is lobbying to participate in a future multinational force that may oversee Gaza once the war's next phase begins. But Israel firmly rejects deployment of Turkish troops as part of any multinational stabilization force in Gaza, a refusal that sets the tone for how Israel will handle phase 2 of reconstruction and governance.
There will be no Turkish boots on the ground in the present, in the past, in the future, specifically in the International Stabilization Force.
And on the ground in Gaza this past weekend, the fragile ceasefire came under strain. One man was reportedly killed and another wounded by IDF fire near the Borij refugee camp and in western Khan Yunis. Israel says its soldiers responded to militants crossing what is known as the Yellow Line, a restricted security zone close to IDF positions. In two separate incidents, Israel says terrorists came close enough to trigger a defensive response. The name of the fallen soldier Hadar Goldin has symbolized Israel's promise never to leave a soldier behind. His return from captivity after over a decade brings relief and heartache to a nation that never forgot him. ILTV correspondent India Naftali takes a closer look at who Hadar Goldin was and the legacy he leaves behind. India?
Yes, Sivan. Lieutenant Hadar Goldin was just 23 years old when he was killed in action during Operation Protective Edge in 2014. His body was then abducted by Hamas and held in Gaza for over a decade. Born in 1991, Hadar grew up in a family that was both deeply religious and patriotic. He has a twin brother and 4 older siblings. His father, Professor Simha Goldin, is a lecturer at Tel Aviv University, and his mother, Dr. Leah Goldin, is a computer scientist. A talented artist and natural leader, Hadar served as a platoon commander in the Givati Brigade's reconnaissance unit. He was also engaged to his fiancée, Adna Sarusi. The two planned to marry just months after his deployment. On August 1st, 2014, hours after the US and UN announced a ceasefire deal, Hamas terrorists emerged from a tunnel in Rafah, firing at Hadar's unit and dragging him underground. He was declared killed in action shortly after, and a funeral was held in Israel, even though his body remained in Gaza. For years, his family led a nationwide campaign to bring him home, founding the Hadar Golden Foundation and lobbying governments and international organizations. His artwork, celebrated for its depth and hope, was even displayed at the United Nations to raise awareness about his captivity. Following the events of October 7th, Hadar's story resurfaced as Israel faced another hostage crisis. And now, after 11 long years, his family finally has some closure. The Golden family spoke out last night after receiving Hadar's remains, saying the moment brought closure after 11 years of agony.
לפני 11 שנים ו3 חודשים עמדנו פה בחודש אוגוסט אחרי שחטפו לנו את הדר וצעקנו שאסור לעזוב את עזה בלי להשיב את הדר. והיה לנו מובן מאליו שמדינת ישראל לא תשאיר חיילים מאחור. לקח לנו 11 שנים להחזיר אותו בעזרת צה"ל וכוחות הביטחון.
Israeli officials are ringing alarm bells tonight as Iran works round the clock to rebuild its ballistic missile capacity. With the U.S. claim that President Trump obliterated Tehran's nuclear program now in doubt, a new war with Israel is being described as only a matter of time. Following the recent war between Israel and Iran, Israeli intelligence now says that Tehran's rocket belt is far from neutralized. Sources estimate Iran has rebuilt at least half of its pre-war arsenal and may be working toward a massive surge of 2,000 missiles at once. On the nuclear front, former U.S. assertions that President Trump's strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear ambitions are now under scrutiny. A New York Times report suggests this damage to Iran's arsenal and nuclear capabilities was significant but far from total, and fears across the Middle East are mounting that the next confrontation between Israel and Iran is only a matter of time. It appears Iran is securing critical supplies from abroad. Chinese-made sodium perchlorate used in rocket fuel is reportedly finding its way into Tehran's factories through legal export channels, reinforcing missile production. Israel is now treating the 12-day war in June as unfinished business and is on full alert. Inside Iran's leadership, two camps debate strategy, one urging negotiation, the other insisting that war is inevitable. And joining me now to discuss these threats is Major in Reserves Alexander Greenberg, expert on Iran at the JISS. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
So, according to a New York Times report, the next war between Israel and Iran is inevitable. Analysts say new conflict is not a question of if, but when. Would you say that this is correct?
No, I wouldn't say that it is correct. Of course, conflict remains possible. That's true. And it is also true that Iran is working hard to rebuild its destroyed missile potential, but it doesn't say that Iran intends to wage a new war against Israel, in particular because Iran needs to shout loudly, like, I don't know, how do you translate into English, "Tahziku oti," because they have no means to thwart any Israeli attack. Suppose that a new conflict erupts or a new war breaks out, so the IDF can reiterate without any problem the raids, the same raids it had already conducted, without that Iran can do anything because all the defense, air defense systems of Iran are destroyed.
So what you're saying is basically that they're barking louder than they can actually bite.
Yes, again, but I precise, it doesn't mean Iran is not dangerous and we should be calm and do nothing. But we assess the real capacities of Iran, they are obliterated. Maybe they decide to go suicidal and to launch new ballistic missile strikes. Okay, suppose let's make a simulation and imagine what will happen. So it will award to Israel a perfect casus belli, and we can strike Iran again and strike new targets that we haven't stricken during the 12-day war. And never forget that, again, Iran has lost its strategic assets, namely the axis of resistance. They don't have Hezbollah, they don't have Iraqi pro-Iranian militias, they have only Houthis, but they haven't launched a missile for a sufficiently long time.
Now, inside Iran's leadership, there appears to be two camps, one pushing for negotiation, one preparing for direct war. Which side do you think is gaining ground? What is the regime after?
I think it's, it sounds this way to Western ears, but in fact it's two political camps that fight each other because each camp can show to its rival from the opposite camp that their way didn't work out. And it's a political game within Iran, and more than anything else, it is like a game, bad cop and good cop for Westerners. But inside Iran, there is no big difference because those who oppose the hardliners between the brackets, they themselves are no less hardliners. They differ in means, never in ends.
Now, President Trump constantly speaks of obliterating Iran's nuclear capabilities, how they've destroyed them completely. But we're hearing they actually have enough enriched uranium for nuclear warheads. Where do you think this program stands today?
I think President Trump is right. The nuclear program was factually obliterated. Of course, it can never be literally obliterated in the sense that nothing remains of the nuclear program. But given the amount of effort, manpower, resources, both financial and military and scientific, it is hardly fathomable that Iran can be able to launch from scratch its nuclear program. It's true that, again, of course, they are proud of their nuclear program. They promise they will never give it up, etc., but it highlights not so their real intentions, but rather their intentions to give up nothing. It means that no arrangement or talks with the West or with the US in the offing. The Iran won't change. This is the bottom line.
Now, we're also hearing that key ingredients for rocket fuel like sodium perchlorate from China are reaching Iran legally. So it seems Iran is navigating the sanctions and collaborating with China as well.
Yes, that's okay. They are doing that. They acquired much experience in sidelining contouring the sanctions, and of course, if they are not stopped physically, they will keep doing that. I think it's elementary. But I don't think, again, that China is interested in helping Iran just to bolster Iran's capacities. China does something for its own interests, and it is dangerous, it is bad, of course, but I don't think that this Chinese assistance will rebuild and beef up Iran's missile potential.
Major in Reserves Alexander Greenberg, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Americans for Ben-Gurion University have launched David Ben-Gurion Speaks, an AI-powered video series that brings Israel's founding prime minister to life. Let's take a look.
Hello, friends. I am David Ben-Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel. I believed Israel's future would be tested in the Negev, this vast desert covering half our land. It offered space for Jewish immigrants, for agriculture, for industry. For me, it was the ultimate test of the Zionist spirit, taking barren land and making it bloom. Here, security, growth, and destiny would converge. In 1969, a university was founded to be the engine of the Negev's growth. After my passing in 1973, it took my name, Ben-Gurion University of the Negev. And what became of this university is a story I will tell you next.
Incredible. Moving on to the BBC is finally paying the price following a week of controversy over a Telegraph report exposing the BBC's biased and inaccurate reporting on the Gaza war and on American President Trump. Network head Tim Davie and news chief Deborah Turnus have stepped down. ILTV's Devil Klein has more.
The BBC reporting has helped fuel anti-Semitism. That's the word from Israel's foreign ministry, claims that align with the shouts of watchdogs that have been monitoring BBC coverage for over 2 years now. BBC's Director General Tim Davie and BBC News CEO Deborah Turnus have resigned after a report by the Daily Telegraph exposed a carefully meticulated edit of President Donald Trump's speech on January 6, 2021. According to the exiting personnel, the decision reflects intense personal and professional demands. But this development also comes only a month after the White House denounced the broadcaster as, quote, a propaganda machine. But Jewish voices and NGOs have been pointing to the BBC's inaccurate and skewed reporting when it comes to the Gaza war, therefore directly fueling anti-Semitism and hate against Jewish people. The BBC's coverage of Israel's war against terrorism was completely biased and warped for nearly 2 years now, with most allegations referring to either completely false reporting on Israeli actions in Gaza or intentionally leaving out information that could paint Hamas as what they are, a terrorist organization. The Daily Telegraph report confirms that BBC Arabic story selection and editing largely omitted pieces that paint Israel as an aggressor instead of a defender. They ran a clip of British singer Bob Vylan shouting, quote, death to the IDF, and the tantalizing Gaza documentary produced and published by the BBC, well, that turned out to be narrated by the son of a notorious Hamas terrorist. And in another story, the BBC had to apologize for publishing this famous photo of a so-called malnourished child in Gaza. The story originally cited an intentional starvation campaign by Israel, but was later fixed after the discovery that the child had suffered from a rare medical condition that caused his malnutrition. This is just the tip of the iceberg of selective reporting by the BBC aimed at painting Israel and the IDF in the worst possible light and painting the Gazan civilians who, for the most of the war, supported Hamas as victims. The revelation by the Daily Telegraph and the subsequent resignations further confirm that the BBC's coverage is simply not accurate.
And on a different note, we have with us in studio Shmuel Saket, the founder of the Dream Raffle. He joined us here in the studio last year when the Dream Raffle captured so much attention. And now it's back for its 8th edition, featuring a $1.2 million Jerusalem apartment and an early bird bonus ending November 17th. Shmuel, great to have you back with us.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Shmuel, what's the idea behind the Dream Raffle? Tell us about it and how it has grown since we last spoke to you at ILTV.
There are a lot of Jewish organizations that raise money. As you know, you need to raise funds in order to function, in order to support the projects that you sponsor and so on. But we decided to raise money with a twist, and that is to give people the opportunity to fulfill their dream. That's why we call it the Dream Raffle. And by purchasing just one ticket, obviously you can purchase more, but enough is one ticket, you could win a $1.2 million brand new, fully furnished apartment in the heart of Jerusalem.
Wow.
That's a dream, and it's a raffle, the Dream Raffle.
So now this year's prize is huge. What can people win? Maybe elaborate on this apartment if there are other prizes. And what's special about this early bird offer before November 17th?
So first of all, the raffle will be held around Purim time. So people always say, oh, buy in February. Why should I buy now? because there are going to be several early bird raffles along the way. The first one is November 17th, which is a $15,000 prize, cash prize. Someone could win that and also win the apartment. And if they don't, it rolls over to the next one. There's going to be another bonus raffle as well. So the earlier you buy, you're in additional raffles at no extra cost. That's number one. Number two, what's new this year is the apartment is fully furnished. We hired a professional interior designer, and she furnished the place. You could literally win the apartment at 11:30 and move in at 11:31. There's the refrigerator, the stove, the oven, the dining room set, chairs, couch. There's a sukkah. All the mezuzot are there, bedroom furniture, closets. It's ready for the winner to move in immediately. The dream raffle.
Wow, that is a dream indeed. Now, where does the money from the raffle go, and how do you make sure that the whole process is fair and transparent?
So this is our 8th year, and we're very, very careful to really have full and complete transparency. The winning ticket is always picked live. We do it in front of an audience. We do it live. We live stream it all over the internet so people could see that there's no, great Yiddish word, feuerstück, any problems or anything, that we don't do that. 100% transparent. And what we do is we give the option to someone to either win the apartment, or if for whatever reason they don't want the apartment, $600,000 cash. Not bad for a $200 ticket. And again, this is yours forever. You could pass it to your inheritors. You could live in it, sell it, Airbnb, whatever you want. It is your apartment in the heart of Yerushalayim. No other raffle does this. And on our website, we have a list of all the previous winners. There are other raffles, I don't want to say names, who don't have this transparency. We do. You could see the winners. I interview every one of them. They're real people, whether they were from New Jersey, San Diego, California, or here in Israel. They're all real people winning this raffle, and that has changed their life.
That's incredible, Shmuel. Thank you very much. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. It takes 60 seconds. One entry could win you a home in Israel, and every ticket supports incredible organizations. And ILTV viewers, you get a bonus entry. Just use the code ILTV.
Turn up the volume. Hi, this is Moshe Leon, Mayor of Jerusalem. If you are looking for a new place to call home, Jerusalem, the beating heart of Israel, a city of history, culture, and innovation, is a city for you. My team and I are waiting for you with many special benefits for new residents. Now is the time. Make Aliyah.
Israel is strong and growing. Now more than ever is the time to make Aliyah.
Now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Partly cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 18 degrees Celsius or 64 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see foggy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 27 degrees Celsius or 81 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our live channel, our new live channel. And you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Sivan Raviv. Be well, be safe, and thank you very much for watching.
You learn that freedom is a mindset, that you have to build the courage while dictators are trying to inject fear. There is Sergio Popovic, the Serbian activist. He wrote in his book that dictators don't want to kill everyone. They want everyone to be afraid of them. So it is the fear that they inject into the society.
Hi, and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and we are so grateful to have back our viewers and our listeners. Now, I have a very special treat on today's podcast. In all the way from the United Kingdom, Pantea Modiri. She is a journalist and a documentary maker, originally from Iran. Welcome for being here.
Thank you, Ayan. It's such a pleasure to be here. Excited.
Yes, me too. All the way, from the UK, but really around the world. Now, Pantea, you've described yourself as someone who was born into a revolution that tried to silence an entire generation. Can you take us back to that moment? What was it like growing up in post-revolutionary Iran? And when did you first realize that you needed to get out of there?
Mm-hmm. I was little when Iran changed overnight. Even as a child, I could see the whole beauty vanish. The TV that was colorful was with elegant women, beautiful romantic nature, and romantic scenes suddenly turned into a angry turban man preaching fear, sitting literally at a graveyard. So it was indeed a shock when the IRGC military raided our house and arrested my family. I realized that silence is deadly. And that was how we overcame actually those years. We left Iran actually a few years later when I was a little bit older.
And what year was that?
We left Iran in 1986.
Wow.
My parents couldn't live in Iran anymore, and I wrote a poem when I was at a primary school. The teacher came at our house and they said that I could bring them in real troubles if anyone else had seen that poem. For me, I started my career as a poet and as a dissident. And looking back, it was probably a very Persian career planning.
Unbelievable. Now, how did leaving Iran as such a young child end up influencing the way you view both the concept of freedom and belonging?
Mm-hmm. You learn that freedom is a mindset, that you have to build the courage while dictators are trying to inject fear. There is Sergio Popovic, the Serbian activist. He wrote in his book that dictators don't want to kill everyone. They want everyone to be afraid of them. So it is the fear that they inject into the society, and somehow you learn how to dance with that fear.
Wow. Now, you have said that you really carry these two worlds inside you, one of the loss and the exile from when you left Iran, and of course one of relentless curiosity that you still clearly, as a journalist and documentary maker, have today. How do these two things coexist? Inside you?
They dance. One holds the pain and the other one talks to it and asks questions about it. Fleeing Iran at age 12, I thought I was losing home. But empathy became my homeland, and curiosity made me fearless.
Wow. Now you're here in Israel. You've come on a mission with some other Iranian dissidents. And Israel and Iran are always and often pegged as enemies, certainly since the revolution and most recently with the big Iran-Israel war that nobody expected over the summer to play out the way that it did. What does it mean for you as an Iranian dissident to walk the streets of Jerusalem?
It is surreal and poetic. It is surreal because I have been brought up with the propaganda that Israel is the enemy. Yet here, I see a shared hope, a shared exile. It is very poetic in that sense, because it is what I feel in the streets when I have walked since yesterday. There is a kind of humanity, a love connection that we are sharing, maybe even more than any other nations.
Wow. You feel that the Iranian and the Israeli people are connected in some way? The people, not the governments.
Indeed. They are. There is something, there is history. Maybe that is the history that is in between us that makes us connected. But it is also because there is a shared hope, and there is a shared exile. Well, the children of the Persia are meeting Israelis again, and that is quite extraordinary.
For sure. I mean, there used to be such a vibrant Jewish community in Iran, obviously, before everything changed. And many of those people live here today. So I'm sure that's very special in that sense as well. Talk to me a little bit about this turning point. I mean, you left as a child from Iran, and then you were a refugee. Today, you are, I don't know if I would call you a Zionist, but you're certainly somebody who's become a very good friend of the Jewish state. How did you go from one to the other, though? How did you make that leap?
Empathy, the exile made empathy my homeland. And although, of course, a lot of people criticize me, but most of them say, most of the people tell me that they wish they were in my feet as well, in my shoes. They could do this. So I have received a lot of, since yesterday that I've put pictures that I'm here, mostly they have said, oh my God, you can do what we love to do. You can say what we can't say. Please tell them that Iran is not the Islamic Republic that is clinging on us. So that's what I'm here to say. That's what I'm here to do. I want to share the Israeli culture with the Iranians who love Israelis, but they don't know anything about them.
Oh, well, then how come they love them?
That's something that is because of the human connection, maybe. Maybe because they are tired of the hate industry.
Yeah.
Iranians are very loving people.
Do you feel that the people will at some point have the power to rise up and overthrow their regime and let that love shine through?
Iranians are doing their best to see how they can do this without violence. They pressure life. Life is precious for Iranians. Although the Islamic Republic wants to propagate martyrdom, Iranians do value life. So they are trying to find a way to do this without any violence. And one of the things that I have learned, especially in the last few years, is that although journalism is very important, media is very important, but media has been quite monologue and not a dialogue, and it hasn't worked on human connections. And especially when you are mixing humor with the journalism, that can be a very powerful weapon, maybe even more powerful than bombs, than any other weapon. As Iranians are also very creative, and they love humor, they love to make ridicule of the power. So we need only a movement that breaks that fear in the people, the fear that the dictator has injected the society over the past 40 years. When that fear breaks, then the society will definitely stand and just get rid of the dictator.
And you mentioned the media, which obviously you've been working in media yourself for quite a long time, even at the BBC, at the Manato TV I read, and in some other very large places. And the power of the media to play a role in this is quite interesting. Do you feel that there is an ability for media potentially to help the people of Iran? And how do you feel in general, after answering that question, media can help in terms of maybe there's been a lot of misinformation lately, so is there a way it can shift to do a better job of bringing out the truth?
I think the media has so far, media is a little bit behind. They are only working on the news, which is again injecting fear into the society. Media has definitely an important role because it's connecting people. But what media could do more is working on the human connection, because eventually it's the humans who can change the world. So if we learn that we can connect to each other, we get to know each other, even that whole fear that the governments are actually pressing the whole society and keeping them calm, keeping them quiet. The only way to get this society rise again is by the media teaching them that we love each other, we love to know each other, and we are all humans. And when even the worst people cannot kill each other, cannot be against each other in a bad way, if they know the story.
Do you think social media, I know you're very active on Instagram, for example, about 400,000 followers, if I remember correctly. So do you feel that those platforms might be able to do even a better job then than the let's call it mainstream media today, given the lack of trust as you're describing in the media? Mm-hmm.
I think the social media is indeed it can do a lot. Although the social media is also changing very fast. So I'm a bit cautious about saying that it can do a lot, because you never know, especially with the TikTok generation right now. But I think as long as we work on human connection and cultural diplomacy, then definitely, yes, social media can play an important role.
Now, in Iran itself, storytelling can be very dangerous.
Yes.
So
although they do, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, how do you feel? I know obviously you're not living there anymore, but do you feel it must just take a lot of courage, I guess I would say, to be able to use your voice as an Iranian. What gives you that courage to stand up? Aren't you afraid?
Yes, I mean, me and fear have coffee together every morning. Yes, courage doesn't mean that when you have courage, it doesn't mean that you don't have any fear, but you don't let fear to make the final edit. Wow. I think curiosity has made me fearless. Because it taught me that we all have fears. Every morning when we wake up, we are dealing with several kinds of fears. But it depends how we are talking to it, and whether we are letting the fear to make the decision for us or not.
When you're here in Israel, do you worry that something might happen to you as somebody who's spoken out so strongly against the Iranian regime?
I have, in the past 15 years that I have worked for the media, for the Persian diaspora media, I dealt with that daily, weekly. Wow. Not many, but definitely hate messages, stalkings, threats of all kinds. But as I said, you don't need to let the fear to rule your life. Eventually, you have to edit it and do the final cut, and make that your editorial policy.
Wow, you're a strong woman, a very strong woman. And you know, you're here in Israel as part of actually Sharaka's Cyrus delegation, and that's just to let our viewers know, is a group of Iranian expatriates promoting dialogue and peace that works also at the Claims Conference, educates about the Holocaust. Why did you say yes to joining this particular delegation?
Oh, because the history is walking. It's the history in motion. Yes, I definitely was excited to be part of the delegation and to come here because I think the public diplomacy is the front line.
Yeah.
And we as storytellers are the soldiers holding the lights.
And you plan to tell a lot of stories while you're here? Is that the goal, to be able to make videos and share information while you're in the country?
I definitely love to do this. This is my first day, and my people who follow my work expect that from me. Yes.
Wow. And this mission, as I mentioned, it's a visit to Yad Vashem, that's the Holocaust Museum. There's this big push about, you know, fighting extremism, looking at trends in coexistence. What is it that you hope to get out of this mission when you're done?
Mm-hmm. Two things. First, to show the Israeli culture and to make the Iranians who are completely disconnected, apart from their heart and their love for Israel, but apart from that, they don't know anything about the Israeli culture. So first of all, I want to show that to my followers. And also, I want to show that dehumanization is universal and good leaders have empathy. And if there is a quote from Cyrus the Great that says, diversity in counsel and unity in purpose, I think we all want to move towards a better world, towards a more human world, towards a more tolerant world. So we need to get to know each other, and we need to know that we are basically in our heart, apart from any religion or any way of thinking, we are human to human love. We have the love connection.
What do you want to, I have to ask you, beyond all of these beautiful things, what do you want to do here? Like, where do you want to go? What do you want to eat?
I want to try every Israeli food that there is. I want to meet everyone. I love to take public transport to meet people and to see the everyday life and to share that, hopefully, with everyone in Iran who are expecting that, who wish to be in my shoes right now.
Amazing. And how long are you here for?
For a week.
Oh, wow, a whole week. So there's lots of falafel and shawarma to be had. That's great. Now, obviously, there are growing tensions still between Iran and Israel, and even there's fears right now of another direct conflict between the two countries. How do you process the potential for another Iran-Israel war? And when you love both the Iranian people and now it seems like the Jewish people so much.
Absolutely. This is a difficult question because I know that there is a kind of contradiction within every Iranian and maybe even in every Jewish people, I don't know yet, but definitely within every Iranian, that they want to get rid of the Islamic Republic in Iran. And they feel themselves powerless, and they would love any foreign help and intervention. Yeah. But no one wants war. No one wants human cost. So this is the dilemma. How? I think, given the last experience of the 12-day war, that Iranians didn't go on the street. They couldn't, basically, because the system was eventually in place, and they gave weapons to 16, 17-year-old boys to stand on the streets and hit everyone and just shoot everyone that they thought maybe they are pro-Israel attack. So in that sense, I think we have to, the Iranian society first have to break through that fear that there is right now, because the war is injecting another fear on top of that fear, and then nothing's happened. And I'm sure no foreign intervention can completely topple a government unless the people are cooperating. So I think that fear on top of fear probably doesn't work. First the Iranian creative people who are now doing civil disobedience, they have to find a way to break this fear in the society so that people have this free mindset, and they do the job themselves.
Do you think that if another war happens, it will be good for the Iranian people, or simply because it's war, it will be bad even if it helps to overthrow that regime?
When you talk to at least my followers and people who follow my work, they say we trust the Israeli government more than our own government.
Wow.
So we know that when they are targeting those people that they should target. But we all know that any war has, of course, civil casualties.
Yeah. It's very similar to what we've been going through here in a lot of ways, after Hamas attacked Israel, and Israel had to defend itself and attack back, and we lost over 900 soldiers, but with the idea that we would eventually get security back. But it was so difficult because, you couldn't fight enough because the hostages' lives were worth so much. And on the other hand, if you didn't fight, you couldn't get security back. And it sounds very similar when we think about a war between Israel and Iran. We need to stop a nuclear program. We want to overthrow a regime. But the people don't deserve to be involved in war. It's very difficult.
Yes. I think people have to find civil ways and humor, as Sergio Popovic, who did, the Serbian activist, did topple Milosevic. Milosevic was a brutal guy who was like any other dictator, not less. Something that European dictators are somehow softer. No, Milosevic was a brutal man, and the Serbians did topple him with humor and ridicule. Sometimes humor and journalism together can be the most powerful weapon.
Incredible. Now, many people forget that we do have these deep historical ties between Israel, between the Jews and the Persians, I should say, and they go all the way back to somebody we've mentioned a few times, which is Cyrus the Great. Do you think that his legacy can guide us in some way for the future?
I'm so happy that a lot of organizations are currently working on the Abraham Accord and now Cyrus Accord, because what Cyrus the Great has taught us is that ruling a country can be compassionate and with empathy. Sometimes people forget. They think that power has to be ruthless. They think that a good, powerful man is a ruthless man. But it is good to keep Cyrus the Great in mind.
Now, you've said before that your work explores how trauma can give birth to empathy, and we talked a lot about that at the beginning of this conversation. What role do you think that empathy plays in peace building between such divided ideologies?
Mm-hmm. I think empathy can have a longer effect and a more constructive eventually impact on a society. Although maybe on a short term it doesn't have any. It seems as if there is no result, but eventually in a long run, empathy will have a more sustainable and more enduring effect. So we need to practice it every day.
Now, you're a filmmaker, you're a journalist. How do you use that storytelling that you're doing beyond all of the mainstream stories that you have to tell in order to help to show the world the shared humanity that you're describing?
I produced a documentary called In the Eye of Freedom last year from the injured protesters who were shot in their eye or directly in their limb from a short distance during the Women Life Freedom movement in 2022. And it has been screened in a few countries, subtitled in English, and I would love to actually also have a screening in Israel, because it shows indeed the courage and the dream of the Iranian youth, which is like any other youth in the world. Mm-hmm. And you also see how this pain can be turned into a power. You can see this 17, 18, and 19-year-old who became heroes, who started to do a protest, to become the leaders of the protests in their area, in their cities. And after the exile, most of them are in Germany because Germany was kind enough to give them refuge. But the exile broke them. So they had lost an eye, they had lost a limb, and they had, again, at this young age, experienced exile on their own. And then what I tried to show in that documentary is that we all have the same dreams eventually. The roots of what we want, the freedom that we want, is all of the same quality. So why don't we connect on a deeper level, or why are we only looking at this at the surface of what divides us?
So finally, as you mentioned, you have many, many followers, some of whom are probably secretly watching in Iran the work that you do and being inspired by you. If you could speak to these young Iranians there from Jerusalem, what would be the message that you want them to hear?
Mm-hmm. I want to tell them that freedom starts in your mindset, and live your free life as you are doing, many of them are doing, and make laughter your weapon. And I promise you, one day we will walk the bridge from Jerusalem to Tehran together.
Wow, it's beautiful. Well, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much, Maya.
Turn up the volume. I am Chaim Bilos, Mayor of Modi'in and Chairman of the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel. It's time to join us in Modi'in, City of the Future. We are waiting to welcome you to our young, modern, innovative city with great schools and, of course, all the benefits. Hope you will make Aliyah soon and join our Olim community who are so happy to call Modi'in their home. Now is the time to make Aliyah. See you soon.
Israel is strong and growing. Now more than ever is the time to make Aliyah.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding. Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the last hour. I'm Ladar Lazi, and here is your roundup of the developments across Israel and the region. In Gaza, the United States is reportedly planning a $500 million base near Israel's Gaza border. This according to an exclusive report by Israeli website Shomrim. According to the report, which cited Israeli officials familiar with the initial plans, the facility would be used by the international forces operating inside Gaza to maintain the ceasefire and disarm Hamas, and would include several thousand troops. The report also stated that potential locations are already being scouted in the Gaza envelope. And Lieutenant Hadar Goldin was laid to rest today, 11 years after his death. Goldin was an officer in the IDF, was killed and taken into Gaza during the 2014 war. His remains were held for 4,118 days, and his body finally returned by Hamas this week as part of the ceasefire deal. In attendance at the funeral was IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, who called his return home the official end of the 2014 Operation Protective Edge. Leah Goldin Hadar's mother eulogized her son. Let's hear what they had to say.
היום שבת אל הארץ שעליה נלחמת, אבל אנחנו נמשיך לשוב לכל מקום שבו נותרה הבטחה לא ממומשת, נמשיך לפעול עד שאחרון בנינו ישוב הביתה.
הדר, חיכינו לך 11 שנים. זה המון זמן. המון. אין לי באמת הסבר איך עשינו את זה, חוץ שבכל רגע ששקענו, היה מישהו במשפחה ואומר, היה קופץ ואומר, אבל מה הדר היה אומר? אז אנחנו פה בגלל כל מה שהשארת לנו, כל הוראות ההפעלה שלך, ומי שאתה.
Hopefully now they can find some peace and closure. Meanwhile, tensions are heating up on the northern front as Israel launched strikes against Hezbollah targets in Lebanon Monday evening. Israel is accusing the Iranian-backed terror proxy of attempting to rehabilitate and rearm in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement, and is threatening more action. The IDF struck and eliminated 3 Hezbollah terrorists and multiple terrorist infrastructure sites in Lebanon. The IDF said that Hezbollah is continuing to attempt to rehabilitate its terror assets across Lebanon in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon. And following his meeting Monday at the White House with U.S. President Donald Trump, Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara said overnight that his country will not enter direct negotiations with Israel at this time over joining the Abraham Accords. However, he did not rule out the possibility of such talks later, perhaps with U.S. assistance. Speaking from the Oval Office, U.S. President Donald Trump concluded his meeting with Syrian President al-Shara with some positive words.
We want to see Syria become a country that's very successful, and I think this leader can do it. I really do. I think this leader can do it. And people said he's had a rough past. We've all had rough pasts, but he has had a rough past, and I think, frankly, if you didn't have a rough past, you wouldn't have a chance. He's a very strong leader. He comes from a very tough place, and he's a tough guy. I liked him. I get along with him, the new president of Syria. And we'll do everything we can to make Syria successful, because that's part of the Middle East. We have peace now in the Middle East, first time that anyone can remember that ever happening.
And that's a wrap at this hour of this ILTV's edition. Join us every hour on the hour with all the updates out of the region. I'm Lidar Lazi. Thank you so much for watching.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're breaking an explosive investigation into how the Islamic Republic of Iran's networks in the United Kingdom have been involved in the Gaza flotilla operation through regime-affiliated supporters working alongside known Hamas operatives on British soil. Plus, we'll be speaking with researcher Orel Tobelem, who brought forward some evidence behind this shocking story. We'll also look at how Israel's tech sector is responding to post-war challenges and the ongoing threat of radicalization in the West. Let's dig in. This week, I want to talk about infiltration and what it looks like when a terror regime builds its front lines inside your own country. Now, for years, the United Kingdom has been a soft target for the Islamic Republic of Iran's influence operations, masquerading as religious charities, cultural missions, and even human rights organizations. But as the documents that we're revealing for the first time today show, the network isn't just about words, it's about infrastructure, cyber, media, money, and yes, propaganda. At the center of this controversy is Shabir Ramtullah Hassan Ali, a British-Iranian engineer trained in Qom and a longtime figure of the regime's Press TV and Tasnim News. Also, the point of contact from a regime-affiliated charity in the UK, which explicitly has supported terrorism and which all evidence seems to suggest is a front for the regime itself. For more than a decade, he's been a central node in the Islamic Republic's soft power apparatus in Britain, repackaging Khomeinist ideology for Western audiences under the guise often of social justice. Now, in the recent police report filed to the Metropolitan Police Counterterrorism Unit, Hassan Ali is identified as maintaining direct contact with Zahir Birwawi, a Hamas operative based in London and a key organizer of the most recent Gaza flotillas. Now, the report documents emails in which Hassan Ali requests payment for hosting the Global March to Jerusalem website, the Flotilla Network's main platform, and claims that he, quote, knocked out 2 Israeli ISPs in Haifa and Tel Aviv, end quote. Documents obtained by JNS, also led by the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission, a registered charity, the Telegraph reported runs summer camps that, in their words, risk radicalizing children through Khomeinist doctrine. The Times has previously exposed him as an Islamic regime propagandist closely linked to Press TV, and now, according to Ozent Analysis, Hassan Ali has regularly traveled to Tehran for conferences in support of the Palestinian Intifada, attended by officials from Hamas and Hezbollah, along with the regime. Now, the concern here is that this is no longer diplomatic subversion. It's operational collaboration between the IRGC's information warfare units and Hamas's media arm, run from the UK under charity status, in broad daylight. Now, of course, we knew that this is happening with the Islamic Center in England, funded by the regime, and even attempts to assassinate or kidnap Iranian dissidents on UK soil. But now there's actual documentation indicating that the Islamic regime was involved with the Gaza flotillas as well. Now, sadly, the truth is that the UK is not just a safe haven for dissidents anymore. It's become a safe haven for the Islamic Republic's enablers. If the UK government continues to look away, it won't just be hosting a regime's propaganda efforts. It will actually be aiding a lot of their activities. And continuing on that theme, clearly our big story of the week, which we can now reveal, is the evidence linking the Islamic Republic's #1 fan in the UK to the Hamas-run Gaza flotilla operations. Now, emails that we obtained between Shabir Hassan Ali, a British-Iranian IT engineer and, of course, regime propagandist, and Hamas's Zahir Birwawi, a London-based Hamas operative, show years of collaboration in running the website for the Global March to Jerusalem, the Flotilla Network's main propaganda arm. Now, Hassan Ali even wrote in these documents that his system knocked out 2 Israeli ISPs in Haifa and Tel Aviv, which is actually a possible breach of UK cyber laws. He later referred to the project as a serious thorn in the side of the Zionist cult. He also negotiated payment to the tune of thousands of British pounds, on UK soil no less, in exchange for his assistance and services to Hamas operatives, even boasting about how much he helped and what a large role he had in the operation. Now, a separate report filed to the Met Police Counterterrorism Unit detailed how Hassan Ali's work placed him within a network connecting IRGC-linked media operatives and Hamas on UK territory. He was even invited to Tehran for an official Iranian conference in support of that Palestinian Intifada, attended by Khamenei himself, as well as representatives from Hamas, Hezbollah, and other proxy terror organizations, I should say, of the Islamic Republic. Now, this new evidence, or newly revealed evidence, suggests a formal convergence between the IRGC's influence network and the Muslim Brotherhood's Hamas wing operating from the UK. It's not really just infiltration, it's also collaboration. Now, in other news, an Iran-Israel cyber battle is going on behind the scenes. According to a recent report from CTEC, Iranian state-linked hackers have launched a wave of attacks on Israeli critical infrastructure in the past week. And supply chain companies, more than 10 different firms providing IT and digital services to Israeli businesses, were targeted in what investigators describe as a supply chain breaches intended to infiltrate wider networks. Now, one of the highest profile incidents involved the Shamir Medical Center, where Iranian actors breached systems, stole data, and crossed the red line of attacking a hospital, though the disruption was contained fairly early in terms of cyber attacks. Now, the Israeli National Cyber Directorate, working with the Shin Bet and other agencies, credited rapid information sharing for avoiding a much larger digital catastrophe. But make no mistake, it isn't a quiet incident. It's part of a broader Iranian strategy to expand these cyber war capabilities against Israel and its allies as well. By targeting the supply chain providers, the Islamic Republic seeks to gain entry points into Israel's economy, healthcare, and of course, government infrastructure. For Israel, this means two things at once. First, the tech sector has to respond with even greater speed and innovation. Startups and defense firms have to develop cyber defense, AI intelligence threat detection, and resilient systems that at hyper speed. Two, the war is not just in Gaza or Lebanon, it's also digital, global, and invisible. When Iran can attack from Tehran or London or anywhere in between, Israel's tech innovators really become the front line. As one Israeli cyber startup CEO put it, our response to Hamas in Tehran is in code. In a region where aggression comes in missiles and cyber packets, Israel responds by building unbreakable networks, or at least they're working on it. Now, joining us today to break down some of this amazing story about Hassan Ali is Orel Tobelem, a research director at the Forum for Foreign Relations. Orel, thanks so much for joining us on the show today. There's a lot to break down on this topic, a lot of documents that we've obtained. To start, can you walk us through some of this newly revealed evidence, specifically the documents linking Shabir Hassan Ali to Zahir Birawi and the Flotilla network?
Of course. Thank you, Emily, for having me on. Well, as you've said, newly uncovered evidence shows that between August 2016 and January 2017, Mr. Shabir Rahmatullah Hassan Ali, yes, that's right, I know his middle name, UK-based software engineer and Islamic scholar at the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission in the UK, exchanged various emails with Mr. Zahir Birawi, who is a notorious Hamas operative and coordinator for the Freedom Flotilla movement. Now, the correspondence itself pertained to Hassan Ali's services as a server administrator for the Global March to Jerusalem website. It was a highly problematic anti-Israel protest movement that was launched in 2011, and it featured contributions from multiple Islamist terror groups. Now, Birawi has for years been recognized by Israel as a Hamas official living in the UK. And he has risen to prominence in recent months due to his involvement in this year's Flotilla Frenzy, which saw controversial figures such as climate charlatan Greta Thunberg and pro-Hamas French deputy Rima Hassan set sail for Israel and Gaza in total breach of maritime sovereignty of multiple nations. And Birawi has previously been photographed himself alongside senior figures from Hamas, including Ismail Haniyeh, the Politburo leader who was assassinated in Iran last year. Now, in 2012, Jonathan Schanzer from the Foundation for Defense of Democracies identified the numerous associations of the Global March to Jerusalem Movement Central Committee with Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Islamic regime in Iran. It was actually reported at the time that the project's board secretary was the late Hossein Sheikh al-Islam, who was a Khomeinist politician. Some might remember him as one of the militants who took part in the hostage-taking of 66 American citizens at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in November 1979. Now, as to the emails that I've recovered, these unmistakably show financial negotiations between Shabir Hassan Ali and Zahir Birawi for maintaining Hamas-linked online infrastructure. Now, in this correspondence, Hassan Ali boasted of cyber operations such as downing Israeli internet service providers, implying offensive cyber activity on UK soil. Now, this may actually amount to a significant breach of the Computer Misuse Act 1990, which is a piece of legislation in the UK that is meant to prevent individuals from engaging in nefarious acts involving a computer. Hassan Ali's admission seems to amount more to a violation of Section 3ZA. But again, that's up to any authorities to decide. But it is very clear that he did attempt to damage human welfare or national security of any country, and that includes the State of Israel. Now, funnily enough, it seems from the actual correspondence that Hassan Ali and Birawi had a falling out during this period, and that Hassan Ali's demands for compensation to the tune of £4,435 and 72 pence from Hamas were never actually met. So the server itself was decommissioned shortly after the end of this email chain, and it remains unclear whether Hassan Ali actively took money from Hamas during the time that he was running the server. However, what is clear is that he was operating on their behalf at the request of the Islamic regime in Iran. So these exchanges are significant because they demonstrate cross-sectarian collaboration. A Shia IRGC affiliate working directly with a Sunni Muslim Brotherhood-aligned Hamas representative inside Britain. Right, this forms part of the same network that was actually recently identified in an Adkan investigation this year that exposed Hamas links to European flotilla movements led by Birawi, actually through the Palestinian Conference for Palestinians Abroad and also the Europal Forum. So that's in sum quite a lot of stuff to get into, but some really, really impressive findings.
Now, you've described this as a bridge operation, or a bridge between IRGC influence operations in the UK and Hamas propaganda. Why is that connection so significant, and what does it mean for the UK's national security?
Of course. So this correspondence itself is very significant because it confirms an operational convergence dating back more than a decade between the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, and Hamas propaganda arms operating under charitable or activist cover in the UK. Now, this is not unknown to British authorities. Actually, in July 2025, there was a report by the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament on Iran that identified the regime's use of proxy networks, cyber assets, and ideological organizations to conduct deniable attacks and influence operations on UK soil. 300 pages on these operations, and curiously, no mention of Hassan Ali, despite the fact that he actually had received significant coverage in the Times in 2020. So I'm a bit concerned that that was an oversight. The email exchange itself illustrates exactly this kind of mechanism. There's IRGC cyber operatives who are cooperating with Hamas propagandists to influence Western audiences. There's a clear and deeply embedded IRGC Muslim Brotherhood nexus in the United Kingdom, operating at subaltern cultural and government levels, and I'll elaborate a bit on this later. Now, the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, or FIRS, which came into force in July of 2025, effectively created a two-tier registration scheme for arrangements with individuals or entities to carry out political activities on the behalf of a foreign power in the UK. The enhanced tier list currently includes Iran and Russia. FIRS was actually the product of the National Security Act of 2023. And it introduced more stringent countermeasures around potential espionage or sabotage operations occurring on UK soil. This particular case highlights many security blind spots in FIRS and charity regulation, as these actors often operate under benign labels, but they do so openly.
Now, Orel, we know that the Islamic Republic is the sponsor, the funder of Hamas, despite the fact, of course, that Hamas is a Muslim Brotherhood Sunni group and the regime is Shia. What brings these groups together in this context, and how deep is that connection, at least on the propaganda front specifically? I mean, this flotilla operation, which, as we saw, had very little actual humanitarian aid on it, in the first place was branded as nonviolent activists. So why was Hamas involved at all? And what are they doing on a Hamas/IRGC backed flotilla into a war zone?
Yeah, of course. Well, to answer the first part of your question, that has already received in-depth coverage from Reichman University's International Institute for Counterterrorism. Actually, in a July 2020 report led by Dr. Eitan Azani, who I'm very fortunate to know personally, he talked about the Iranian threat network and the export of the Islamic Revolution through the co-opting of Islamic practices such as da'wah, which is missionary activity. Now, the Iranian threat network itself, or ITN, thrives on pragmatic alliances across sectarian lines when anti-Western or anti-Israeli goals converge. Now, ideologically, both the Muslim Brotherhood and the IRGC share a commitment to the axis of resistance narrative. It's one which totally delegitimizes Israel. It opposes Western hegemony and promotes armed resistance framed as liberation. We know this all too well from all of the protest movements that have been going on across the world, especially for the past 2 years. These groups also share a vociferous desire to intimidate and ultimately exterminate the Jews. Just last week, actually, the Mossad publicly identified a senior IRGC commander, Sardar Amar, as the man responsible for a string of foiled terror plots against Jewish and Israeli targets in Greece, Germany, and Australia in the past 2 years alone. These plans strongly align with the objectives of the Muslim Brotherhood, as once articulated amazingly by their spiritual leader, the late Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi, who once said in a 2009 interview with the Al Jazeera media network that it was a moral imperative for Muslims to reenact the work of Adolf Hitler. Now, as for these flotilla goers, the flotilla propaganda-branded non-violent activism was in reality a Hamas-IRGC influence operation, as has clearly been shown by numerous investigations. And these were designed to delegitimize Israel and launder terror branding into humanitarian imagery. Now, in other words, the IRGC and Muslim Brotherhood nexus recruits political ambulance chasers to their cause. Professional opportunists, always on the lookout for another way to proclaim their moral self-righteousness. So, for example, Hamas is actually not the only IRGC proxy with which Sweden's top sailor, Greta Thunberg, has colluded. In early January, she traveled to Algeria to meet with representatives of the Polisario Front. It's a separatist militia operating in the Moroccan Sahara that is armed by Iran and maintains strong links with Hezbollah cells globally. That the Polisario Front has a track record of recruiting child soldiers and torturing residents of humanitarian camps does not seem to bother people like Ms. Thunberg in the slightest, and why would it? She is a massive hypocrite. Hassan Ali's own emails demonstrate the farcical equivocation of these pro-axis of resistance or even pro-Palestinian activism with pro-peace positions. He refers in these emails to his support for the Global March to Jerusalem project as a thorn in the side of the Zionist cult, while boasting about cyber retaliation and the sabotage of Israeli communication systems. So, after all, what truly unites the extreme left and the Islamist camps is their shared love of unfathomable narcissism.
Now, the emails that we have date back to as late as 2016, 2017. And what really surprised me about reading through these documents is that it was like he was bragging about his involvement, clearly showing in writing how the Islamic Republic was behind this, or at least partially so. Why do you think that nothing has been done by British authorities until now on this issue?
So, Emily, you ask actually a very good question. In 2017, Hassan Ali was invited to attend the 6th International Conference on Palestinian Intifada in Tehran. I've actually obtained a copy of the invitation. This was signed by the General Secretariat of the conference, Hossein Amir Abdullahian, who was one of the individuals who was then killed in May 2024 during the helicopter crash that also claimed the life of then Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi. The conference itself featured numerous senior officials from Hamas, Hezbollah, PIJ, chief among them Naim Alsam, who currently leads the Hezbollah militia in Lebanon. Photographic evidence shows that Hassan Ali did in fact attend this conference, placing him in circles which included sanctioned actors and terrorist leaders. Now, at the time, in 2016-17, the prevent and counterterrorism frameworks were focused more on the domestic threat posed by Daesh, also known as ISIS, not Iranian hybrid operations. Now, to its credit, the conservative government at the time stood at the forefront of the global coalition against Daesh, committing hundreds of millions of pounds to the training of Iraqi forces, monitoring British nationals seeking to enlist in jihadist operations abroad, and disrupting the group's financial networks. Additionally, there was institutional hesitation to treat Shia networks as a security concern, compounded by charitable registration protections and fears of attracting claims of Islamophobia. Now, the parliamentary report I mentioned earlier actually does admit that the threat posed to the UK by the Islamic Republic was under-resourced, poorly prioritized, and reactive rather than strategic, with agencies treating it as below Russia and China in importance. Individuals like Hassan Ali, whose televised appearances amounted really to incoherent tirades depicting the United States and Israel as satanic, were considered lower priorities, understandably, than, for instance, the Russian operatives using Novichok on UK soil, or China's APT-10 cyber campaign targeting IT suppliers to steal trade secrets from major British firms. Now, this allowed IRGC proxies and Muslim Brotherhood actors to operate under humanitarian or religious pretexts, largely unchecked. It's likely that Hassan Ali, who appears to be of South Asian origin and was born in January 1971 in Uganda, has exploited his British citizenship to engage in activities that would have drawn far greater scrutiny from the UK immigration or counterterrorism authorities had he not held that status. Still, this remains a serious oversight, especially that a 2012 report from Reichmann's ICT identified Sheikh Shabir Hassan Ali as the main figure of the British Ahlul Bayt Islamic mission, describing him as a supporter of Iran's Islamic Revolution ideology and harboring intense hatred of Israel and the West. This should have encouraged British authorities to look more closely at his activities. For example, his travels to Iran in order to attend Intifada conferences. However, I have hope. Given that his passport is due to expire within a few years, it may be in the best interest of His Majesty's Home Office to decline its renewal.
Now, we know that Hassan Ali heads a charity accused of radicalizing children by the UK government. How are groups like the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission, how are they still allowed to operate under charitable status in the UK? Has any progress at all been made to hold the Islamic Republic accountable? I mean, this isn't the first time that charities that were created and funded by the regime itself were used as fronts.
So this is actually a loophole that the IRGC have found. The Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission, whilst it states in many instances on its website that it operates with charitable activities, it's actually not a registered charity in the UK. There are multiple reports of it promoting Khomeinist ideology and radicalizing British youth, and it still has not been forced to register its activities with the Charity Commission. A July 2025 investigation by The Telegraph actually found that the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission's youth summer camp, Camp Wilaya, funnily enough, had exposed children to pro-Iran and pro-Hamas propaganda, including symbolic glorification of the October 7th attacks. And it had also obligated girls as young as 8 years old to wear the hijab and required segregation of the sexes, all of which was, as they claimed, intended to foster a deeper connection to the Islamic faith. Now, there are ostensibly some charities that are registered, but I'll get on this a bit later. The Times in 2020 revealed that Hassan Ali had developed software for regime-backed organizations, including Press TV and Al Alam, Iranian state propaganda channels that are currently banned in the UK, yet, as you have pointed out via Twitter, continue to operate seemingly undeterred. We saw this play out just last week during the hateful and violent protest campaign against Professor Michael Ben-Gad at City St. George's University, when masked demonstrators disrupted one of his lectures, and the footage was swiftly supplied to Press TV for maximum online amplification. Nor is this phenomenon actually strictly confined to the Islamic Republic. In late February, an Israeli-Iranian dialogue event at King's College London, featuring my colleague and friend Faiz Alavi, who you know very well, was violently shut down by pro-Palestinian activists, one who was later identified as an open supporter of Muslim Brotherhood militias in Gaza and Sudan. The footage soon appeared on Al Jazeera Egypt, falsely portraying Pfizer as a genocide supporter. One of the protesters, an Egyptian national by the name of Osama Ghanem, who is now indefinitely suspended from the university and is facing deportation, given the revocation of his visa sponsorship, has previously worked for Egyptian companies linked to the Al Jazeera media network. It doesn't take a genius to connect the dots. That's not the end of it. In January last year, the BBC released footage from 2020 to 21 showing participants at the Kanun Tawhid Islamic Youth Center in London chanting death to Israel during a memorial for Qasem Soleimani, the famous IRGC Quds Force commander who helped Bashar al-Assad massacre 500,000 civilians during the Syrian civil war. The clips also included online lectures from Iranian generals denying the Holocaust, calling universities battlefronts for Islamic resistance, and urging British students, stay with me on this, to end the lives of Jews and Zionists. Now, these events appear to have been co-sponsored by the Islamic Students Association of Britain, whose then secretary, British national Mohammed Hussein Atai Abadi, has been photographed alongside Ali Khamenei in Tehran. The Al Tawhid Charitable Trust, which operates the center, has not been shut down by the charity commissioner, and to the best of my knowledge, nothing has been done to even attempt to punish those involved or indeed to de-radicalize their victims. The persistence of this kind of activity reflects charity commission and Ofcom loopholes, insufficient enforcement of terror financing laws, and an absolute failure to link ideological radicalization in our universities and cultural centers to issues of wider national security.
Now, I want to ask you, Orel, based on your research, how does this case fit into a broader pattern of Islamic Republic operations on Western soil, from foiling terror plots to disinformation networks to infiltration at universities that we've seen? How does it fit into the whole equation?
Well, look, this exemplifies Iran's hybrid warfare model. It uses ideological, cyber, and charitable fronts as part of its global threat network that is focused on the exporting of the Islamic Revolution elsewhere. Now, there have been, for example, at least 15 assassination or kidnap plots by Iran or its proxies on the UK soil since 2022. Iran's proxies, for example, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, they act as force multipliers. They spread influence and destabilization without direct Iranian fingerprints. Hassan Ali's activity falls within the cognitive warfare and interference category. He weaponizes propaganda, cyber activism, and youth outreach to undermine British cohesion and amplify anti-Israel hostility. It's also worth noting that there's no real record of how this guy gets paid. I haven't found any trace of consistent employment anywhere, and so that may be worth looking into. Further, the Iranian regime has increasingly relied on criminal networks to conduct covert operations under the guise of plausible deniability. So it's plotted attacks against US, Israeli, and Jewish targets across Europe and used criminal syndicates to assassinate dissidents. Tehran's trusted enforcer, Naji Sharifi Zindashti, operates networks spanning Iran, Turkey, the UK, and Canada. So he employed figures such as the Canadian Hells Angels to target Iranian exiles and dissidents. Turkish authorities link him to the 2020 abduction of a Swedish-Iranian activist who was later executed in Iran. Now, in January 2024, Sweden's Foxtrot network, led by Rawa Majid, carried out an attack on the Israeli embassy in Stockholm on behalf of Iran. Majid has cooperated directly with Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security, MOIS. Dutch intelligence similarly reports Iran's use of Moroccan criminal clangs in the Mokho Mafia to eliminate exiled opponents, with Tehran protecting their leadership in return and killing any key witnesses. There was a very notable case in 2020, I believe, that featured this kind of cooperation. Now, Iranian influence has also seeped into Europe's digital sphere. During the 2024 Amsterdam riots, which were premeditated and intended to create serious damage and possibly kill Jews and Israelis, social media accounts linked to Tehran circulated videos of assaults on Israeli football fans. One particular Snapchat account, labeled as a government organization under the name Mr. Haq, was actually a reference to the Zaydi Shia Islamist party in Yemen, Hizb al-Haq, long associated with the Houthis, and this was among the most active. Now, in May 2025, in the UK, 3 Iranian nationals were charged under the National Security Act for aiding a foreign intelligence service and targeting journalists from Iran International in London. All of them had entered the UK claiming asylum between 2016 and 2022. It has since emerged that the Iranian embassy in London facilitates illegal travel for such refugees, issuing forms that allow secret returns to Iran in exchange for their recruitment as informants. Consider this. A hostile state is weaponizing Britain's asylum system to plant operatives on UK soil, and yet the government has done virtually nothing to stop it.
Now, finally, I want to ask you what needs to happen next? I mean, should the UK pursue designation of these groups as terror groups, or do they need stronger enforcement under the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme?
You know, Emily, the past 2 years especially have shown me one thing, is that Islamist groups interpret half measures as proof of weakness. Incremental responses only encourage deeper infiltration and adaptation. This kind of penetration is now too advanced for gradualism. You know, this kind of carrot stick approach that British politicians love to do. Decisive, comprehensive action right now is required. The UK has to prescribe the IRGC under the Terrorism Act, ending the legal ambiguity around its operations. Mandatory registration under the FRS scheme for organizations and individuals linked to foreign regimes must happen. This includes the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission. It also includes the Islamic Center of England, which daily broadcasts messages from Ali Khamenei in Tehran, and is also curiously located about 100 meters away from a Jewish primary school in Maida Vale. If this kind of problem persists, the government should move to close any Islamic centers that are found to be supporting IRGC activity for reasons of public safety. There is actually an international precedent for this. In July 2024, the German government shut down the Islamic Center in Hamburg over its ties to Iran and Hezbollah and its promotion of radical Islamism. As the Interior Minister at the time, Nancy Faeser, stated, the IZH served as the direct representative of Iran's supreme leader, spreading aggressive anti-Semitism and seeking to exploit the Islamic Revolution. So why should we in the UK tolerate similar activity on our soil when Germany does not? Now, if that doesn't work, several European states, including most recently Australia, have previously expelled Iranian diplomats for espionage and activities incompatible with their diplomatic status. The UK should pursue the expulsion of implicated diplomatic staff and an independent investigation into the Islamic Republic's recruitment of informants and targeting of journalists. If hostile intelligence operations are continuing to happen on UK soil, then unfortunately for the Islamic regime in Iran, the UK government must force the closure of the Republic's embassy in London. It's something that they've done in 2011 previously, when the British embassy in Iran was attacked by a mob of Basiji regime loyalists. Finally, you know, the UK has to treat ideological radicalization as a national security threat and not merely a matter of community relations or anti-Semitism. And this applies whether it's the IRGC or the Muslim Brotherhood or any other extremist group. You know, the horrific Yom Kippur attack in Manchester that was carried out by British Syrian Jihad al-Shami should have been recognized for what it was, an act of jihad. Instead, the Prime Minister's decision to dismiss it as the work of, I believe the quote was, one vile individual, trivialized the murder of 2 British Jews during a day of worship and signaled a dangerous unwillingness to confront the deeper ideological roots of such violence. You know, the UK has to shift from crisis response to long-term deterrence. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen under the present Labour government. Let's just take, for example, David Lammy, who is now the Deputy Prime Minister to the UK following a recent cabinet reshuffle. He used to be the Foreign Secretary. David Lammy, a decade ago or so, appeared on a UK game show in which, in response to a question about who succeeded Henry VIII, the English monarch Henry VIII, he responded, Henry VII. I think that we cannot continue to reward idiocy consistently and then be surprised when we are ruled over by idiots. And so there has to be some kind of action on this front, whether that's a general election that hopefully will land us with a different government. I certainly hope so. But it's clear that we cannot go on like this.
All right. Well, I want to thank you, Aurel, for your work on this important topic and for breaking down some of the findings in recent weeks. I'm sure we'll continue to see more as the months and years continue.
Thank you very much, Emily.
In any case, for now, we want to move on to our good, bad, and ugly stories of the week. As always, feel free to suggest your stories for this segment. You can DM me on X, Emily K. Schrader, and we'll do our best to get it in the show. For now, however, we'll finish up with the good, the bad, and the ugly. First things first, our good story of the week. The IDF foiled an IRGC-linked smuggling ring attempting to move drone components into the West Bank. Security sources say it was part of the regime's effort to build a micro-Hezbollah inside Judea and Samaria. And this time, they were caught red-handed. This is, of course, hardly the first time. They're also actively trying to build up Hezbollah again, which is why we've seen a continued small-scale operations targeting Hezbollah sites inside southern Lebanon. And while it's disturbing this is happening, obviously we have to applaud the IDF for foiling yet another attempt to export the Islamic Republic's terror operations. And keeping to our theme of this week, British universities are still accepting funding from pro-Iranian regime foundations, some of which actually being used as fronts by the regime, and also Qatar-linked institutions, despite clear warnings from the UK government. The UK's Intelligence and Security Committee in a July 2025 report states that the Islamic Republic, quote, almost certainly conducts espionage campaigns targeting academia in the UK. And it's not just about money. It's also about access data and propaganda on campus. Sponsored research can provide regime-linked actors backdoor entry into sensitive technology, disciplines, and infrastructure, according to the UK government. If universities continue to take these funds without strict scrutiny or without declaring it, Britain's highest learning institutions risk being an unwitting front line for foreign influence and intelligence operations. And our ugly story of this week comes from, you guessed it, London, where a Hamas-affiliated cleric delivered a sermon recently praising the martyrs of the sea, his words, referring to that Gaza flotilla operations inside an Islamic center linked to the Ahlul Bayt network. That's that same network connected to Shabir Hassan Ali's charity and the Islamic Republic of Iran's propaganda machine. It's also received more than £400,000 in UK government funding under the guise of community cohesion. Now, this was exposed by The Times in July 2025, and the incident shows how the Islamic Republic's ideological infrastructure in the UK is bleeding radicalization and even recruitment on British soil, unfortunately using taxpayer money to promote this Khomeinist propaganda. Well, that's it for this week on Axis of Truth. We'll be back soon with more interviews and more stories from the Middle East. We'll continue to keep you updated on the latest from this story as the new documentation sheds light on the partnership between Hamas and the Islamic Republic of Iran. I'm Emily Schrader. Be sure to follow me on social media, Emily K. Schrader or Emily in Tel Aviv. Thank you for watching and see you next week on Axis of Truth.
And in other news, they faced missiles, food shortages, and lockdowns, yet they kept going. Coming up now, the incredible story of how Leket Israel sprang into action during the war, feeding hundreds of thousands when no one else could. It's a tale of resilience, heart, and hope. Let's take a look.
During this war, as sirens blared and families sheltered in place, one thing remained constant: Leket didn't stop. While Israel's home front took heavy hits, Leket Israel, the country's national food bank, shifted into emergency mode, just as it had during past crises. Food sources disappeared overnight. There were no more leftovers from army bases or hotel buffets. Volunteers couldn't safely reach the fields, but the need was still there, so Leket acted fast. With less rescued food available, the organization began purchasing food at full price, an expensive but necessary pivot to ensure no one went hungry. At the Leket Distribution Center, the usual 100 daily volunteers were replaced by just 15 at a time due to safety limits. Most were staff working around the clock to pack, sort, and deliver food to those who needed it most. They adapted their model, making fewer but larger deliveries, offering door-to-door service for homebound seniors, and distributing food cards when logistics made physical delivery impossible. Leket even expanded its mobile food pantry, bringing produce straight to central locations in towns where partner agencies had shut down. And now that the ceasefire is in place, Leket has returned to its core mission: rescuing fresh, surplus food from farms, hotels, and corporate kitchens, and getting it into the hands of those who need it most. The organization serves 415,000 recipients a week and works with 300 nonprofits across the state of Israel. They were there during the crisis. They'll be ready for the next one. But until then, Leket continues doing what it does best, because until there is no hunger, Leket won't stop.
Incredible resilience by Leket Israel. And here in the studio with us today, we have the pleasure of meeting Sally Pulat, Leket's Regional Director of U.S. Development. Sally, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Ladar.
So for those who may not be familiar, what is Leket Israel? And maybe you can also give us sort of an overview of the mission that you've taken on since October 7th.
Of course. For those that may not know, Leket actually means the gleaning of the crops, which is a biblical commandment that we need to leave the edges of the crops for the poor. Joseph Gittler started Leket a little bit over 22 years ago. He saw a gap between the amount of wasted food and how we needed to feed people across the country, the surplus of what we have. And that's how he started the organization. Our mission is to rescue nutritious, good food and get it to the people of Israel all over the country. And that's all Israelis.
And nutritious, I think, is a key word there.
Absolutely.
Now, you've launched a lot of special initiatives across Israel. Is there anyone that really stands out for you?
Yeah, we've done a lot of adapting and pivoting as the war within war. One that stands out is Leket Express, and basically that's a truck that we started about 3 years ago, and it became a grocery store when it went into neighborhoods that were poor neighborhoods, economically not doing well. And what we were able to do is we'd open the truck and we'd basically give people in the neighborhood fresh produce, which they were able to then turn into meals. And then the way we had to pivot with Iran, the war in Iran, is basically we started making boxes so that people didn't have to stand outside, and we had the boxes delivered as well as giving them immediately versus having people wait. So we changed our whole thing based on
the realities here.
The reality of the missiles coming down, and Homeland Security basically telling us that we have to be safe for the people that we're providing the meals to.
Yeah. And how have sort of the volunteers and the local communities, how have they stepped up since October 7th and, you know, the war with Iran?
So it's pretty crazy because when it started in October 7th, a lot of flights got canceled. A lot of people couldn't come to Israel and volunteer. The Israeli population and the culture is so amazing that 65% of the population of Israel actually stepped up to volunteer.
Wow.
Through a whole bunch of nonprofits, and we were the benefactor of them as well. So I could tell you that people felt like they needed to do something that was important and contributed. So last year we had about 95,000 volunteers come into Leket and help us. The year before that was 80,000. So can you imagine, even with the war and the lack of flights, people were coming and wanted to be part of something bigger than themselves. So come volunteer. It's super important that you do that.
I mean, that's an incredible statistic, and I think also shows the resilience of the people here in Israel. And so, you know, for those now watching from abroad who perhaps are not in Israel and can't come help, you know, how can they help? What's a meaningful way for them to help right now if they want to?
Well, first of all, we'd love your help. Leket is a nonprofit organization, and we survive based on donations from all over the world. So it's super important for us to have financial support to do what we do. We never stop. The missiles, the first war, anything that basically you would think would stop us doesn't. We serve, again, about 415,000 people a week, and that's up from 230,000 before October 7th. So that's a really big number of folks. So please help us provide meals to people who need it now more than ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sally, for joining us. And for those watching, you can scan the QR code on your screen right now to help Leket Israel bring food to everyone who needs it here in Israel.
On December 8th, ILTV and Besheva are bringing one of Israel's most prestigious annual events, the Jerusalem Conference, to Miami. The conference will bring together leading figures from government, business, diplomacy, and Jewish organizations to address the most pressing issues facing Israel and the global Jewish community. More on this from ILTV's Mayan Hoffman.
Under the theme Stronger Together, the Jerusalem Conference in Miami will focus on strengthening the bond between Israel and the diaspora, exploring ways to deepen mutual understanding and solidarity during one of the most challenging periods in modern Jewish history. The December gathering will include high-level discussions on U.S.-Israel relations, the future of diaspora Jewry, and Israel's economic and national resilience during wartime. Senior U.S. and Israeli officials, including Ministers Yariv Levin, Amichai Shikli, and Miki Zohar, along with MK Simcha Rotman and Jerusalem Mayor Moshe Leon, will all take part. The event will also feature business leaders and philanthropists, including Simon Falek and his daughter, Tila Falek.
We feel like we need to support Israel unconditionally, and that is what we try to do.
The main conference will take place at the Beth Moshe Synagogue, where the Jerusalem Award will be represented to individuals and organizations that have demonstrated exceptional commitment to the people and land of Israel.
We see in the past years the shift of Jewish community. The centers are changing. It was New York in the past, and it's becoming Miami.
The shift, symbolic and geographic, reflects a new phase in global Jewish engagement, one in which Miami is emerging as a powerful hub for Israel advocacy and Jewish unity.
In the last 2 years, we learned that we must strengthen our connection, our solidarity. This event is part of this solidarity, part of this connection.
I think what we need to discuss is what we're seeing now in the far right. I see a deep challenge coming from actually neo-Nazis who are being normalized by very senior figures in the American conservative movement.
As the world grapples with rising anti-Semitism and the ongoing war against Hamas, the Jerusalem Conference in Miami aims to send one clear message: that the Jewish people are and must remain stronger together.
Well, 8 months ago, after the deadly rocket attack in the Druze community of Majd al-Shams, the families of 12 children killed are working to find purpose through spiritual and religious beliefs. Most media outlets will reshare their stories on the anniversary of the attack, but ILTV is dedicated to keeping their memories alive, no matter the time of year. ILTV's Shosh Bedrosian reports from the border of Israel and Lebanon and speaks with the families.
The crisp air in Majd al-Shams is masked to the joy of children playing on the soccer field. It's a place that is filled with life and hope in this small Druze community that sits on the border of Lebanon.
When I was younger, I used to always dream of traveling and living outside of Israel altogether. But now, I can't imagine, leaving this town.
20-year-old Mila Sha'ar has lived here her whole life, and this field has always been a central fixture in it.
The thing he loved the most in the world was soccer. If you see how many footballs he have at home, you'd go oh my God, he has so many.
Her youngest brother Milar was always decked out in soccer jerseys, wanting to become a professional player one day. That's why on July 27th, it was no surprise the 10-year-old wanted to spend the evening doing what he loved the most.
Since my grandma died, every Saturday we went somewhere, the whole family, my uncles, cousins, everybody. We were all there, we were having so much fun. And since morning, my brother was like, my friends are calling me, they're at the field, I want to go there. And I had work at 6 p.m. So when it came time that I want to leave, I told him, okay, I'll take you with me.
Sha'ar was the last one in her family to see Milar alive that day.
Hi everyone, my name is Milar.
As the funny, kind, and bright boy would soon be the youngest victim of a Hezbollah rocket attack. Just 18 minutes later, sirens sounded, and with no time to spare, the rocket directly hit the field while children played on it.
To be honest, honest, like when I want to go to sleep, as soon as I close my eyes, I started seeing that day. Like it all like start coming back to me.
Sha'ar said she couldn't reach her brother and found out he was rushed to the hospital.
When I made it there, I went to the room that he was in, and I saw like where his knee, like he had a big chunk, you know, like of meat, like gone. A few minutes later, when we went in there, he was unconscious. We couldn't talk to him. He was all bloody. And yes, just like a half an hour later, maybe, they told us that he passed away.
A light dimmed for 12 Druze families that day as the lives of their innocent children aged 10 years old to 16 were brutally cut short. A turning point in a deadly war that now thrusted the tight-knit ethnic Druze community into the center of it. With nowhere else to turn, the families began to rely on each other and created this shared space to grieve.
זה הבן שלי וזה אחיין. גדלו ביחד, כל הזמן היו ביחד.
Laith Abu Saleh lost his 16-year-old son Fajr and nephew Hazem in the attack.
מרגישים אותו דבר, אנחנו מאז ה-27 לשבעי. אני גאה בהם, אנחנו מאמינים בגלגול נשמות, אז אני מאחל להם שיהיו במקומות יותר טובים מכאן וחיים יותר שמחים. שיהיו במקום שיש בו יותר שלום מבום האזור שלנו.
The remnants of July 27th linger in Majd al-Shams. A mangled fence and the chaos from that day can still be seen and felt 8 months later.
What is it like for you to come back to the location where this happened? At first, it was pretty hard, you know, to see, like, when I see, like, what the missile did to the metal, and, you know, like, you can see the building there, like, what it did to the building. Like, I can't imagine what it did to their little bodies, you know?
The community has leaned on their spiritual and religious beliefs to make sense of the horrific tragedy from that day.
You found purpose in your brother's death through your religion. Yes, talk to me about it. Religious people from our town, they started telling us that God picked them one by one, 12 stars. He picked them for a reason, you know? As Druze, we say Alhamdulillah for everything. It means like thank God for everything, you know. So even when my brother died, I kept saying Alhamdulillah, thank God for everything. It's like everything happens for a reason. Everything has purpose in life. How would Milar feel knowing that there's children still playing on this field today? I think he is pretty happy. The life in this field hasn't died that day with the kids, you know. It's still going. They're still coming here. They're not afraid. It makes me feel so much better.
This story is part of a series we're putting together on the Majd al-Shams community. Tune in the rest of the week to watch the other stories.
At its milestone 25th anniversary gala, the Birthright Israel Foundation announced the launch of the Generations Campaign, a historic initiative to bring 200,000 Jewish young adults on transformative educational trips to Israel by the end of this decade and inspire a new era of Jewish pride, resilience, and leadership.
At its 25th anniversary gala last night, Birthright Israel Foundation announced its bold goal to raise $650 million and secure $250 million in legacy commitments to bring 200,000 Jewish young adults to Israel over the next 5 years. For decades, Birthright Israel has been at the forefront of strengthening Jewish identity and connection to the land of Israel through their various hands-on programs. With Birthright, young Jewish adults get the experience of connecting to their heritage by traveling and touring the Holy Land. But now, their mission is as important as ever. With rising anti-Semitism across college campuses in the U.S., the need to educate the young generation is as prevalent as ever before. Since October 7th, 2023, Birthright Israel has evolved in powerful new ways. Against all odds, in a time of war, despite flight cancellations and evacuations, it has continued to bring tens of thousands of Jewish young adults to Israel for transformative journeys of meaning and purpose. Through it all, Birthright Israel has grown, adapted, and found even greater meaning in its mission, proving that even in adversity, the power of Jewish connection grows stronger. Speaking at the gala, Birthright Israel Foundation President and CEO Elias Sarativsky said Birthright has strengthened Jewish organizations, helped build proud Jewish families, and created resilient, knowledgeable leaders, the kind our community needs at this historic moment. Finally, he added, "This is not a dream. It is the world Birthright Israel is creating. We need every Jewish person to join us in this effort, to stand together, invest together, and ensure that every young Jew feels proud, connected, and ready to lead."
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding. Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the last hour. I'm Ladar Lazi, and here is your roundup of the developments across Israel and the region. In Gaza, the United States is reportedly planning a $500 million base near Israel's Gaza border. This according to an exclusive report by Israeli website Shomrim. According to the report, which cited Israeli officials familiar with the initial plans, the facility would be used by the international forces operating inside Gaza to maintain the ceasefire and disarm Hamas, and would include several thousand troops. The report also stated that potential locations are already being scouted in the Gaza envelope. And Lieutenant Hadar Goldin was laid to rest today, 11 years after his death. Goldin was an officer in the IDF, was killed and taken into Gaza during the 2014 war. His remains were held for 4,118 days, and his body finally returned by Hamas this week as part of the ceasefire deal. In attendance at the funeral was IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, who called his return home the official end of the 2014 Operation Protective Edge. Leah Goldin Hadar's mother eulogized her son. Let's hear what they had to say.
היום שבת אל הארץ שעליה נלחמת, אבל אנחנו נמשיך לשוב לכל מקום שבו נותרה הבטחה לא ממומשת, נמשיך לפעול עד שאחרון בנינו ישוב הביתה.
הדר, חיכינו לך 11 שנים. זה המון זמן. המון. אין לי באמת הסבר איך עשינו את זה, חוץ שבכל רגע ששקענו, היה מישהו במשפחה היה קופץ ואומר, אבל מה הדר היה אומר? אז אנחנו פה בגלל כל מה שהשארת לנו, כל הוראות ההפעלה שלך, ומי שאתה.
Hopefully now they can find some peace and closure. Meanwhile, tensions are heating up on the northern front as Israel launched strikes against Hezbollah targets in Lebanon Monday evening. Israel is accusing the Iranian-backed terror proxy of attempting to rehabilitate and rearm in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement, and is threatening more action. The IDF struck and eliminated 3 Hezbollah terrorists and multiple terrorist infrastructure sites in Lebanon. The IDF said that Hezbollah is continuing to attempt to rehabilitate its terror assets across Lebanon in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon. And following his meeting Monday at the White House with U.S. President Donald Trump, Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara said overnight that his country will not enter direct negotiations with Israel at this time over joining the Abraham Accords. However, he did not rule out the possibility of such talks later, perhaps with U.S. assistance. Speaking from the Oval Office, U.S. President Donald Trump concluded his meeting with Syrian President al-Shara with some positive words.
We want to see Syria become a country that's very successful, and I think this leader can do it. I really do. I think this leader can do it. And people said he's had a rough past. We've all had rough pasts. but he has had a rough past, and I think, frankly, if you didn't have a rough past, you wouldn't have a chance. He's a very strong leader. He comes from a very tough place, and he's a tough guy. I liked him. I get along with him, the new president of Syria. And we'll do everything we can to make Syria successful, because that's part of the Middle East. We have peace now in the Middle East, first time that anyone can remember that ever happening.
And that's a wrap at this hour of this ILTV's edition. Join us every hour on the hour with all the updates out of the region. I'm Lidar Lazi. Thank you so much for watching.
Gaza civilians are begging Israel to come and take down Hamas. And meanwhile, in New York, the city is about to elect a socialist, pro-intifada potential mayor. What's going on? Why is the world embracing this terrible Jew-hating rhetoric while the people of Gaza are dying and begging for a change? Well, we're going to be unpacking a lot of this and more on The Quad. Welcome back, everybody, to The Quad. And this week, we're all in different places, but we didn't want to miss you. And so, coming to you remote, we're here like we are every week. And what is going on this week? It's the tale of two wars. The war the world perceives and what's really going on in Gaza. Take a look at this.
هذا السلاح اللي مسكيته حماس وبيطلعوا مظاهرات فيه وببينوا عضلاتهم هنا إلهم هم لصالحهم وعشان إنه يسيطروا على الشعب ويسيطروا علينا إنه يظلوا هم حاكميننا لكن الله لا يقدر الله لا يقولها ربنا يحكمونا يا رب أنا بطلب من الله إذا بدهم هم يسيطروا علينا بسلاحهم حالهم يظلوا يا رب إسرائيل يظلوا
فيش أخضر من اليوم فيش أخضر
لازم يكون في هناك ثورة من داخل قطاع غزة ضد هدول الناس وأشبه بعصيان وأشبه بثورة ضدهم بشكل كبير جدا لحد ما نقدر إحنا نوصلهم لمرحلة إنه لازم إحنا يعني نخلص منكم انتوا جماعة مرفوضين حماس برا.
So, ladies, once again, here we are trying to tell the world what's actually going on, trying to tell the morons, for lack of a better word, around the world who are still somehow talking about freeing Palestine, not really helping them free themselves from Hamas at all. I'm here in New York, Emily's in the States, and what we see all around us is the tale of two wars. Nobody really knows what's going on the ground, and yet they've built themselves a completely different narrative that doesn't exist here. A narrative that may help Zoran Mandani, an unqualified, I mean, there's many things we can say about Mandani, but inauthentic, unqualified, fake guy with a permanent fake smile on his face. The guy might get elected tomorrow, and part of the reason would be is because people have swallowed lock, stock, and barrel the tale of a war that didn't happen. So let's unpack this together. Emily, you are also in this part of the pond. Tell us a little bit about what you are seeing.
Yeah, well, Fleur, I mean, as you know, you're in New York now. I've been in New York all week. It's incredibly bewildering to me that so many people seem to embrace this person. And, everybody's talking about Israel as if Israel is the main issue in the U.S., not just on the Mamdani issue, but also on other issues as well, which I'll get to in a second. And it's so, it just doesn't make sense to me because there's no reason that all these Americans should be focused on, a tiny country across the world that they're not a part of, unless
you have a problem with Jews.
Exactly.
And this is what we keep coming back to over and over and over again from the left and the right. I mean, Mamdani, you mentioned his gross fake smile, which of course is obnoxious, but if only that was the only problem that he had.
Yes,
I mean,
we could handle
the guy's
that.
a communist.
Yes.
He's a true believing self-declared socialist, although really I would say that he's a communist in what he's advocating. He's advocated to defund the police. He wants to repeatedly, he wants to cut funding for counterterrorism in the city of New York. He also has made all kinds of offensive comments about 9/11 and other terrorist incidents. And he said he would arrest the Israeli prime minister, which is a violation of American law. America is not a signatory to the Rome Statute, so enforcing the ICC arrest warrant makes no sense in the United States of America and is a violation of federal law. He has zero authority to do that. Although I kind of would like to see him try to get NYPD to get through Netanyahu's security. Good luck with that. But he's hugely problematic, and a lot of his rhetoric is very, very anti-Semitic explicitly. A video went viral this week of him saying that whatever the NYPD does, it's done with, the boot is laced with the IDF, which of course is anti-Semitic rhetoric. It's the same sort of conspiratorial content that we've seen for the past 2 years straight, again, from the left and the right.
We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF.
And then, while we have this horrible situation in New York with the election, we also have a fight on the right. We have the ongoing conflict over Tucker Carlson's and Candace Owens and all of these crazy people on the far right or alt right, whatever you want to call it, woke right, who continue to act as if Israel is the core issue for Americans when it's simply not the case.
Well,
And then
well,
we saw
they've made it the core issue. They've made it the core issue because it serves them politically. Because there's a surge of anti-Israel, again, mainly because of the way the war has been presented. Or,
right,
let's be honest, because the war has been presented. Look what's going on in Sudan, for God's sake. There's slews of people getting slain and slaughtered.
Nigeria.
Nothing to see here. It just beggars belief. The whole thing has been orchestrated around the Israel-Hamas war, the Israel war with all our enemies, I think for very, very deliberate reasons. Shoshana.
Well, they have nothing else to talk about.
What do you mean?
Right? Meaning, that is, if you put your position forward about Israel, then you are you're positioning yourself as the just guy, the righteous man. He doesn't actually deal with, how are you going to fund those buses, Mamdani? How are you going to bring down rent? How are you going, you're going to take away, let me tell you, the people fighting crime, you're going to take money away from them and you're going to put it in the buses, but you're not going to put people in jail. So the buses are going to become absolute nightmares for regular tax-paying people. If you don't talk about actually how you're going to get things done, so then you could just talk about anything. And if you talk about Israel, so then, yay, you get people on the streets for you. But New York City is an incredible city. It's international. It has so many. I love New York. It's so full of different types of people who get along because they're New Yorkers. And here comes this guy. Who do you think you are coming into New York? Who do you think you are stirring up the pot and telling people that you're going to defund this and you're going to do that and you're going to free buses? And the Jews that are standing there saying, as a Jew, I believe in Mamdani. Girl, what is wrong with you?
They're nuts.
I don't know.
Chickens for KFC. It's the same as
People
the
have lost their minds. I'm of two minds. On the one hand, I really believe New Yorkers are going to come through and this guy's not going to get elected. On the other hand, I'm like, all right, let's see what's going to happen. Get that guy in office and see how long it takes.
I agree. Bellamy, you were a New Yorker until a few months ago when you swapped New York for Jerusalem. Some people would think you're nuts just for that reason. But Bellamy, you've also, been around this crazy kind of progressive community. And I'm trying to understand what the appeal of this man is. And people tell me, no, Fleur, New York has become so unaffordable and they're fed up with the old, the old guard, the old white man. Maybe that's why. Bellamy, you straddle those two worlds, the world of the progressives with your dancing career and sanity, Bellamy, and sanity.
Yes.
How do you see it when you were in New York? How do people try to convince you that this was a good idea?
It's never going to convince me that that's a good idea, because I go back to a year ago when we had the actual presidential election, and what I had to go through with how people were coming at me, and especially the as a Jew saying, "But why would you vote for somebody like this? Why would you vote for somebody like this?" Who is there to actually take office and be in a place where we can say, "Okay, out of all evils, I trust this person first." But now coming into something that's as a New Yorker from before, I moved to New York and I was still at the end of my teenage years. And what I've seen change in such a very short space of time, but very radically, has been terrifying. It's all about how charismatic he is, and he's brown. I'm sorry, I'm going to say what other people are too terrified to say. He's brown and he's a man. And the issue of race that always comes into play when it comes to American politics is playing itself out right now. And as a South African, I want to say this. This is something that keeps being left out. He's not just from Uganda. He also spent years during his formative years in Cape Town, South Africa. So what we're missing out in this whole conversation that's being wiped out from every single direction is the ties in which he has with South Africa. What did he learn in South Africa? What is the verbiage that he got already within tying into who he is right now? He is one of the most incredible shapeshifters, I have to say, in the face of this earth. And everything that we always get called for as Jews, but not just as Jews, but who Israel is deemed to the world, is exactly everything that he is. He is the epitome of the number one person. If you had to go to central casting and say who would be the perfect person to sell, that is your person. And this whole thing of the AOCs of eat the rich and everything, he's the perfect salesman for that. He is suited up. He's got the perfect accent depending on which room he's in and who
Yeah.
he's around.
Good
He will
point.
say the exact right thing. It doesn't matter what it is. The poster child for Takia right there. And everybody is so blinded by it. It's the exact same thing that happened when Barack Obama ran. And I will call him Hussein Obama because that is his name. And then we trickle down and we look at everything that happened within that everybody tried to hide. It's all about charisma. It's all about the change. But it's coming from somebody that is extremely wealthy. The
Yeah.
1% that is
Now,
now convincing, absolutely convincing people that I see you. I may look like you, but I don't know. He doesn't know anything about what it is like to be a struggling New Yorker. The same thing with the kids in all of these Ivy League schools that want to be grunge and grow their armpit hairs and scream from the rooftops about how they really understand what it is like to be a minority, to be an artist, and to be a struggling New Yorker. They are just scripted and they picked the right person for the job. And the danger in which New York faces right now is that if he's elected tomorrow, New York will never look the same again.
you think so? You're not exaggerating? Because a lot of people say to me, there's a governor and there's a city council. He won't be able to do just what the hell he wants. There's a county. There's lots of layers of government in America. And it's not like he can do anything else. What scares me is that you have here the center of global capitalism, the engine of finance of the world. And you're going to have a communist running the engine of global finance? And just getting back to the whole context of Gaza and what's going on right now in Sudan, for example, where there's literally no coverage, no coverage. Maybe you've seen a little bit more than me. I've seen very little coverage here about the massacres and the real genocide going on in Sudan. And it seems like this whole Gaza thing came around at just the right time for these people to get elected. It seems almost like you said, Bellamy, scripted. Emily, do you agree?
No, I agree with everything that Bellamy just said. I think it's a very precarious situation. But I actually wanted to add one more example of a policy that Mamdani has advocated that is incredibly dangerous and antithetical to everything I've ever known, whether on the left or right, about American values. And that is that he said he was going to shut down the Technion's campus in New York City, the partnership that they have with Technion University. Now, Technion is one of the best universities in the world. It's an incubator for the highest, most successful levels and most creative innovations that exist, that have saved countless lives around the world, that continue to develop such technologies in that sphere. And the partnership with New York is critical to the success of both sides, frankly. And anyone who is advocating to cut off academic relations is acting against academic freedom. And I don't think that there's any single example that epitomizes the totalitarian ideology that Mamdani has, more so than shutting down academic exchange of ideas, shutting down dialogue, silencing people. That is communism. That is what he believes in. That is what he stands for. And his calls and promises to shut down the Technion campus and to harm the academic freedom of these partnerships is a prime example of what he stands for, and it's only the beginning.
He's
He will do
telling us
much worse if given the opportunity.
he's telling everybody what he stands for. He's not hiding anything. Everybody knows very clearly what he stands for. He's telling everybody to their face. Maybe he's exaggerating on some things, but we can't take that risk. And it's just
Can you imagine if he had been mayor when we had those riots, basically, all across the campuses in Manhattan? They were bad enough. But if he had been mayor, or if they do this again when he is mayor, the chaos that we saw,
Yeah.
that was only, it would be 10, 20, 30 times worse because he would be encouraging it. He would be leading it. And the chaos that led to janitors being actually harmed,
Yes.
school workers being harmed, is something that he should be, a mayor is supposed to be calming and bring control. He would be out there stirring the pot. And that's not what New York needs. I know that, like, Washington is the capital, right, of the United States, but New York is the heart.
Yeah.
And the idea, people have to understand what happens in New York is it does have a big, massive impact on the rest of the United States. And it is a big deal to be the mayor of New York City. Even if it's just a 5-borough city, it's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge deal. And
Shoshana, by the way, you brought up the janitors that were injured. I just want to note, in case anyone viewing doesn't know, we're talking about a Black and a brown Latino janitor staff or administrative staff,
Custodial
who
staff,
were
yeah.
working at Columbia University, that were physically assaulted and injured by the anti-Israel protesters after being effectively for several hours taken hostage inside one of the buildings that they took over. I mean, it's unbelievable, the level of hypocrisy. And then that goes back to what Bellamy mentioned, that people are looking at him, he's brown.
Yeah.
He's brown, and it's all about race relations. Meanwhile, the actual working class people, not the spoiled brats who go to Columbia and pay $60,000 a year for their tuition, but the people who are actually working to make a living for their families, are the people who are going to be hurt by these policies. And that's always what happens when you have these kinds of ideologies on the left. And it's not that I'm so much on the right, I just don't like the left.
It's just, but also there's so many people that are just speaking out, born and bred New Yorkers, and literally sounding the alarm of the danger that will ensue as soon as this man becomes mayor. I mean, knock on wood, it doesn't happen, but you have people that are born and raised there that have seen New York change decade after decade after decade. And this is their last straw of saying, we can barely afford to live as it is. We can barely afford to feed our families, whatever. But the structure in which this man wants to usher in, it might not, people might call it dramatic or whatever, but it's a very large door in which he is going to open as a portal to let everything wrong happen in a very short space of time.
I'm trying to stay hopeful that, how nobody admitted they were voting for Trump, and so the polls could never predict his win the first time around, and then the win was very obvious. Maybe people don't want to admit they're voting for Cuomo for whatever his reasons. I'm just praying that it's closer than people think. And I'm now convinced that Curtis Sliwa must have done a deal with Mandani. Why on earth else would he not just drop out and give Cuomo the win? Why is he is a Republican. He knows Mandani is going to be a lot worse than Cuomo. I'm beginning to wonder whether there's a deal here. I mean, I've experienced the most horrible deals being done in politics. There's no values anymore. I just experienced the world's Zionist Congress, where left and nobody cares about left and right. It's all about interest and who's getting what. I saw it up close last week, I can tell you. So nothing would surprise me if I heard, Curtis Sliwa is now going to be the head of I don't know what. Mandani made a deal with him, and this is why he's not dropping out, to make sure Mandani wins. I don't know, but I don't understand why somebody who obviously is going to lose is going.
What I read about it is that it's related to his campaign funding, and that if he drops out early, like some of the funding that he had received, he
But
wouldn't
it's
be
the day
eligible
before.
to keep.
It's the day
I know.
before. It's not
I
early
know.
anymore.
I think it's personal interest. I'm not sure if he made any kind of deal with Mamdani, but I think even aside from that, related to the campaign, it was about personal interests or finances or something like that. But I have to say, even his comments have been despicable. He himself is problematic, and which gets into the issue on the right. I mean, we saw this week Heritage Foundation
Yeah.
basically defending Tucker Carlson. And the thing is it's not the majority opinion, the Tucker Carlsons or the Mamdanis. They're not the majority of the left, and they're not the majority of the right.
That's
The
right.
problem is that the left has done nothing to kick these people out of their party, and it's completely destroyed the left, and now it's destroying the right because the right is unwilling to kick these people out of their party. We see time and time again major voices in the Republican Party defending or making excuses for people like Tucker Carlson, who are literally enabling Nazis like Nick Fuentes. I mean, it's appalling. There's just no excuse.
It's almost like, how low is it going to go? Bellamy, you were going to say something about.
I was gonna say that. Well, what I tend to see a lot with what's going on is I remember when Mayor Adams was in office, and I made fun of him the whole time because I thought that he would attend the opening of an envelope if there was a DJ and an open bar, because that was the whole of his tenure. So now you're seeing somebody on his campaign trail doing the exact same thing, and the same people that called Eric Adams out for doing that are gleefully supporting Mamdani. So besides hypocrisy, just seeing how people are so easily sold on anything at all. But besides what policy actually matters, everything has become so emotional. The country is so mad that Trump became president, that the same people that are driven by the anger, it's almost like a got you. I will vote for him just to prove a point.
Well, this is what my friend Miriam was saying, that essentially it's a vote against Trump. And this is why many people are voting for Mamdani.
Absolutely.
And I have to say, like, there's no moderates. Like, we have this, where are the moderate, where are the good candidates? Like, where are the people who stand up for American values, who stand up for the people without being a lunatic? Where are those people? Why are they not in the running? It's not just one place. Like, even in the presidential elections, like, where are the people who are properly representing Americans the way they deserve to be represented? I don't know.
Well,
There's a shut off thing that I think definitely happened, especially leading up to the last elections, those last 4 years. Everything was run on one thing, on an extremity from one side to the other, and it was a trans issue. So if you shove something down one side's long enough to exhaust them, the other side is going to counter it by making sure that they can get rid of everything that you are actually about, because no one really wants to hear about it anymore. And it's the same thing that I'm noticing now with this the mayoral election, is that everybody is so sick and tired of saying, well, this is actually how things go. I don't understand how you expect to live in New York City and not pay rent. I'm sorry. Even the rats at some point must have a taxation system somewhere, because everyone's paying rent. It's expensive to live there throughout. But then you also have people everywhere lying about exactly who has gotten rid of the SNAP benefits and frozen the EBT benefits and everything else. It's all being pushed to say that the right did this, the right did this. Meanwhile, the left is just shuffling on the side, tap dancing, going, actually, we did this. But if we just keep pointing the finger this way, nobody will know. We know.
Well, I joked about a week ago that this is the only time that the Democrats have actually agreed to massively cut spending, especially with any kind of entitlement. So, I mean, I guess the times really are changing.
They are changing. But that's what it is, isn't it? It's like we're all living in these echo chambers of our own news, of our own opinions.
Yes.
And there's no objective journalism anymore, certainly not in the mainstream media. And this is how Israel also has gotten villainized over the last 2 years. You know, famine. Oh, now there's a UN report. Oh, guess what? There was no famine. Genocide. Oh, actually, the numbers were even better than what we were talking about over the last 2 years in terms of, innocent to combatant ratio. But it doesn't matter anymore because it's all out there, and the truth has absolutely no bearing on anything anymore. We're living in a post-truth era.
But can I just add something to that, Fleur? Because I remember when I was growing up, And just before I left in 2008, I keep speaking about just how xenophobic South Africa is. So now you have 54 countries, and the number one democratic country, the rainbow nation of the whole continent, has shut its doors to Africans. They will come into Africans who are refugees, burn their homes down, and make sure that they will shoo them away. And this was back in 2008. I was 17 years old before moving to the United States of America. So right now, when I look at what's going on between Nigeria, the Christians that are being massacred, South Africa can't stand Nigerians. They want to get rid of them. They call them that slang word, gwere gwere, which means foreigner. And you have refugees that basically are being told to go and cry everywhere else. The West is now having to say there's a problem happening here. And the only reason why I started to see that anybody in the mainstream media was saying something is because Jews and Israel was saying, hi, you want to talk about a genocide? This is actually what's going on. Because it took days and days and days before I saw anything in the mainstream media in the West say, actually, this is going on. They keep saying, this is going on. This has been going on. But you are so focused on nothing else but Israel. You are so focused because a country that is shutting out 53 other countries instead of welcoming in refugees and giving them solutions as the democratic beacon of all of Africa is too focused on taking Israel to court for something that is non-existent and apartheid when they can't even explain what xenophobia is besides living it.
You know, it's just so depressing that it feels like, I'm reading this book on the history of the Jews, and it's just like, I feel like we've been in this rodeo so many times. And it doesn't, the thing that people don't seem to understand is it doesn't end well either for the countries that turn away, bully, harass, and discriminate against the Jews. So whether it's the Democratic Party or whether it's the far right on the Republican Party, the United States, or any other place in Europe, you come after us, eventually that is when your society starts going to in the toilet. Am I wrong?
I mean, look at what happened in Syria. Look at what happened in Iraq. I don't need to tell you, you're Mizrahi. You know this better than anyone, the way that these countries have completely self-destructed. And it all started with the persecution/expulsion or otherwise oppression of the Jewish community, because it never, ever ends with the Jewish community. And that's what's so important to know about the entire situation with Bamzani and why I brought up the academic freedom issue, because when you start shutting down the exchange of ideas and you start silencing people, and I don't mean criticizing someone, because that is not silencing, contrary to what some of the alt-right would say about Tucker Carlson. Criticism is welcome. Conversations about what's happening is welcome. But when you're actually shutting down dialogue, when you're actually preventing people from being able to talk, your own society suffers. And that's what we're seeing. That's the beginnings of what we're seeing. And instead of being aware of this, as you are mentioning, Bellamy, and looking at the examples of where we've been here in history, and I don't just mean we as a Jewish community, I mean we as a global community, we're going to repeat the same things. It's craziness.
Craziness is certainly what it is, but it wouldn't be the Quad if we didn't go into the very crazies and the big scumbags. So, our section, Scumbag of the Week. Why don't you kick us off, Emily? Who's your scumbag this week?
Oh, well, I'm kind of sorry to say it, but my scumbag this week is J.D. Vance, the vice president of the U.S. Now, while I admit that Trump has been a pretty good president on Israel, he has a long track record of positive pro-Israel steps, and he has done a lot for Israel. First and foremost, I would say the hostage deal. That, of course, comes with strings attached. And unfortunately, he's dealing with a bit of a conflict within his own movement in the United States because of people like J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance took to campus to speak to some of the students from the MAGA, Make America Great Again movement, to answer questions about what's happening in America in the tradition of Charlie Kirk, or that was at least what he was trying to do. Take a look at what happened.
I'm a Christian man, and I'm just confused why that there's this notion that we might have owe Israel something, or that they're our greatest ally, or that we have to support this multi-hundred-billion-dollar foreign aid package to Israel to cover this, to quote Charlie Kirk, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I'm just confused why this idea has come around, considering the fact that not only does their religion not agree with ours, but also openly supports the prosecution of ours.
Israel, sometimes they have similar interests to the United States and we're going to work with them in that case. Sometimes they don't have similar interests to the United States. And this example, the most recent Gaza peace plan that all of us have been working on very hard for the past few weeks, the President of the United States could only get that peace deal done by actually being willing to apply leverage to the state of Israel. So when people say that Israel is somehow manipulating or controlling the President of the United States, they're not controlling this President of the United States, which is one of the reasons why we'd be able to have some of the success that we've had in the Middle East.
So as you see here, J.D. Vance failed to shut down a clearly anti-Semitic loaded question that sought to blame Israel/Jews for the persecution of Christians and a host of other things. And instead of shutting that down unequivocally, J.D. Vance kind of flirted around the issue as he has done before. It implied that Israel somehow has this manipulative control over previous presidents, but not this one. Like,
Exactly.
what are you even talking about? I mean, this is clearly even what the vice president himself is alluding to is relying on anti-Semitic tropes.
Exactly.
And like to be this unaware in the situation that we're in today is just wildly irresponsible. I mean, I know he's trying to quell the far right masses, the Nick Fuentes neo-Nazi types that have inserted themselves in the Republican Party. But there's no excuse for this kind of behavior. We need leadership that is going to shut down this kind of inaccurate, based hate speech that we see from these extremists, and they are extremists. And instead of doing that, he's spreading conspiracies about the state of Israel. And I'm just profoundly disappointed to see him time after time give leverage to these kinds of people. And, J.D. Vance has been incredibly naive on foreign policy for a long time. I've never supported him. He spoke at Trita Parsi, who's the mouthpiece of the Islamic Republic of Iran, at his institute, Quincy Institute, before. And although his comments themselves were okay, constantly you see him sort of aligning himself with this extremist movement on the right. Not acceptable, should never have happened. And yes, he, like Megyn Kelly, who refuses to condemn Tucker Carlson, like anybody else who's supporting him, like Candace Owens, like Tucker Carlson himself, needs to be condemned for his failure to stand up for the most basic example of what's right.
Absolutely. Silence is complicit. And, it just shows how, I have to return to this, we have to show how wonderful Charlie Kirk was. Because it's not that Charlie Kirk didn't have his criticisms towards Israel, but he would have shut that down. They can't hold a candle to the way that Charlie Kirk used to handle these situations. Because again and again, if he had that, he would say, hang on a minute, this, and maybe they did this wrong. It was very, very different. And all we've seen is that I'm just a little concerned about the direction of Turning Point, except that this week, Erica Kirk, thankfully, has accepted a prize given to her by the Christian Broadcasting Convention that is happening in Jerusalem. So hopefully, Turning Point will stay sane and won't be infected by the virus that Tucker Carlson wants to infect it with.
Actually, just this morning, Turning Point USA CEO said that she wasn't coming to Israel to accept this award and that they had never heard of that.
Oh.
And they also announced that J.D. Vance, along with Tucker Carlson and Erica Kirk, will be speaking at one of, Turning Point USA's major events in, I believe it's this month or next month. So, I mean, listen, I think Charlie was great and what he advocated in terms of dialogue is important. But what Turning Point USA is doing now, and actually before Charlie's passing, I condemned him for welcoming Tucker Carlson, and I do it again. Because there should be no place for someone who is advocating for a socialist regime in Venezuela, who is shilling for Putin in Russia, who wants to, reinstitute the USSR and take over other independent sovereign territories. Ukraine is only the beginning. And, who bashes Christian Zionists.
And taking checks from Qatar.
Exactly.
He's a step away from North Korea.
He's not conservative. He's not conservative and he's not right wing. So this inability to put your foot down and say he has no place in this movement it's despicable.
By the way, which is what they always accused the Democrats of. They said the Democrats did not get rid of anti-Semitism in their party. They let it flourish. And here we have it. And it feels like it's happened so fast. I mean, I know it's been brewing, but the last 2 weeks have been like whoosh. Anyway, God help us. Bellamy, who's your scumbag this week?
My scumbag of this week needs to pack up her knives and stop speaking. Padma Lakshmi. Not just is the father of her daughter a Jewish man, but also her ex-husband was stabbed multiple times after speaking out. And I think the name of his book was the lies of Satan. I'm paraphrasing right now, but he spoke out against the Muslim jihad extremists, basically. And she went and took to social media this week to aunt-wash. That's what I'm calling it. She aunt-washed because, I mean, we as Indians of so many millions understand that we call everybody an extension
Auntie.
to our
We call
family, an
everybody out.
auntie and an uncle. And you know, I'm so happy that right now my daughter can have somebody to look up to. And in the background, you hear the daughter saying, Mamdani is so hot. I'm sorry, what?
At least he's honest. At least he wants to do well for all New Yorkers. At least he's not a crook or somebody who sexually harasses people. And in this day and age, as a parent, it's getting really hard to teach your children about honesty and integrity and being a true upstanding leader, because many of our leaders are hardly honest or upstanding. So actually, as a parent, I'm glad that there's somebody that I can point to that at least has their heart in the right place. Okay, Krishna, there you go.
I mean, chapter after chapter after chapter of your own life, you are now taking a stand to say, again, because he's brown, represents everything about how charismatic he is and whatever, that it completely wipes out the reality of what she, first of all, produced a child with a Jewish man. So I don't care about the lineage of who's what and what. The father of your child is a Jewish man, and you are looking to usher in this kind of communist, anti-Jewish rhetoric all the way, literally all the way to the podium, champion it, medal it, congratulate it, and give it the keys to New York City openly. And I think when somebody has 2 million followers just on one platform on social media, she's got way more just on one platform on social media, the responsibility that falls upon these people is completely missed because they end up in this sort of ecosystem of being so removed from reality and from real people, because every 2 seconds they're behind a camera. They've got all these people that traipse behind them and tell them, you sneeze in this direction, everything is fine. Chop in this direction, everything is great. The check clears. They live in a completely different universe. But these are the people that are influential enough to Joe Schmo that's going to go, I don't know what to do the following day. I can't pay my bills. I can't do this. But Padma, I like the vindaloo she made last week, so I'm definitely going to go listen to what she has to say about anything political, because how it's going to affect Joe Schmo is not really going to touch Padma at all.
That's a good point. Actually, that's a good point. That's why this is an elitist
Yes.
it's an elitist campaign rather than the other way around, and that's why it's so disingenuous. Padma Lakshmi, yes, shame. What could we do? Shoshana.
So if you thought that the New York elections was about Palestine, and if you thought that New York universities or London universities was about Palestine, wait till you hear this, because my scumbag of the week has taken himself to a refugee camp in Sudan. Yes, a refugee camp in Sudan, and is teaching the children living in tents in Sudan that they should feel bad for the Palestinians, using their own fate, the tragedy that has befallen them, to say why they should feel bad for the people in Gaza. Take a look.
هي في دولة اسمها فلسطين. حلو؟ يعني خليكم تتخيلوا كيف بدي لكم. تخيلوا اني انتم عندكم هيدي الخيمة. بيوم من الايام اجى حدا دق الباب وقال لكم بدي افوت اشرب عندكم شاي او ابرك شوي. منيح؟ بعد ما فات برك صار يعتبر ان هذا البيت بيته ويقول لكم هيدي الخيمة خيمتي ويصير يطالعكم منها. وانتم بتقولوا له طب احنا بس فوتناك حتى تفوت تشرب شيء وتطلع، هي خيمه خيمتنا. بتصيروا شو بتعملوا انتم؟ بتقولوا له اطلع، وبس لاني قلتوا له اطلع من الخيمه بصير العالم كله بيحاربكم. وهيك عم بيصير بفلسطين وهيك عم بيصير بغزه. حاليا محاصره من الجميع ولا بيقدروا بياكلوا ولا بيقدروا بيشربوا.
You know, there's a lot that we've seen in the past 2 years that have maybe made our jaws drop. But I'm watching this video, and granted, it's translated, but I'm watching this video and I'm just like, how depraved,
Those poor kids.
how depraved do you have to be to look at a child living in a tent in a war-torn, famine-ridden country?
Real
and
famine.
say,
Real
but
famine.
a real, please feel bad for the Palestinians. Like, how disgusting not to see the person in front of the child in front of you. Anyway, he wins the award this week and for many, many weeks.
Yes, that's pretty disgusting. I'm assuming it's from one of these non-profits that feed on Jewish hatred and Qatari money. But anyway, maybe not. But the point is that this is also what's befallen on the humanitarian aid community, that they all have the same brainwashed, mind, and there are no bigger victims in this world. Even people being killed, no bigger victims, of course, than the Palestinians in Gaza who elected their own terrorist organization. Nothing about that. Disgusting. I feel so bad for these kids. Disgusting.
Horrible.
So bringing it a little to the mundane, because this guy is super mundane. His name is Miguel Adrover. He is the designer. He's a clothes designer. And he is the designer who refused to dress a Spanish singer, Rosalia, because she'd been silenced. She was silent on the Palestinians. She wasn't pro-Palestinian enough. And so he refused to dress her. But why is he my scumbag this week? Because otherwise he wouldn't be important enough to even talk about him. Because look at his Halloween costume. Now, this guy dressed up as a bloody, I guess, Israel with blood on its hands. So imagine being in a party and this guy shows up and this is his Halloween costume. Essentially, a walking blood libel of the Jewish people and the state of Israel, and pretending obviously to be a Jew. So there's a lot of anti-Semitism just in the way that you're pretending to be a Jew, cultural appropriation, and on top of that, of course, put blood everywhere because that is what the Jew is, a bloodthirsty killer. And this guy gets accepted and dresses up famous people and decides who he will dress according to the purity test of who supports the Palestinians. And so for all those reasons and more, Miguel Adrover, you are a disgusting, vile scumbag, my scumbag this week.
I wonder if you could trace his ancestors right to the Inquisition.
That's a good point. Either side, by the way, because there's a lot of people who have so much internalized anti-Semitism. Who the hell knows? All right.
That's
but
going
thank
to
God,
be very unfortunate for him because Rosalia's new album is an absolute hit.
really. I've just got a feeling
I
she
love
said
her.
something recently and she kind of caved in the way that Tom York has. I'm praying that's not true, but I think she also said something recently. It's like, honestly,
Yeah,
even
they
if
tried to like cancel her because she wouldn't talk about Palestine, and I think she didn't, but she said something like sympathetic and generic, but it wasn't like anti-Israel.
But that
I'm
just
not sure
shows.
what she ended up saying,
But
but
that
yeah,
just shows
there was
the
a bullying
bullying.
campaign against
This
her.
bullying campaign. I think the smartest people are the people not saying anything because you're a Hollywood actress, you're a designer, you're an artist. You are not a geopolitical expert. Why does anybody care what you say? Stay home and shut up, like Ricky Gervais.
Like Taylor Swift.
You know what? She's smart. Sorry, she's smart. Don't say anything. We're
She
not
is. She
interested.
would cause a firestorm if she said anything.
Absolutely, but she's smart for not saying anything. All right, and we always need our Zen moment of sanity because there are many, many heroes. Emily, who's your hero this week?
So my hero is actually a very sad story, but something I think needs to be highlighted, at least for the English-speaking world that sometimes misses these stories. There's an Iranian activist, a dissident. His name is Omid Salak. He recorded a video of himself actually burning a photo of Khamenei, the Ayatollah, just a few days ago. Within hours, he was arrested. by the IRGC, and I believe it was less than 2 days later, they dropped off his dead body at his family home. This is not unusual.
No.
That's the point I want to make. It's tragic and it's awful, but this is not something that's rare. And, I think a lot of people would say, well, then why did he do that if it's so dangerous? Because there are 90 million people who are living as hostages of the Islamic Republic,
Yeah.
their own people, and they are desperate for help. And while people in the Trump administration and, of course, on the left continue to ignore the plight of the Iranian people and to say, oh, well, we can just make a business deal and it will be fine, those 90 million people are suffering immensely under the Islamic Republic to the point where many of them, including people whom I know or knew, people who I've interviewed professionally for work, would rather die than continue to live under the Islamic Republic. And that's not how it should be for a country that is as naturally resource rich, as historically rich, as culturally rich as Iran. I mean, it's outrageous that this has continued to happen with the largest economy in the Middle East, single economy in the Middle East as well. So Omid Salak, who sadly was murdered by the IRGC, another victim of the Islamic Republic, is my hero of the week.
Well, he's a hero indeed, Emily, and thank God to you for always highlighting the plight of the Iranians. You are really out there always pushing. And my biggest, really sad, when we were under attack, rocket attack from the Islamic Republic, we all hoped that would have done it, that was the step that was needed, that we could have gone a little bit further and let the people take over. And I'm just really sad every day that we didn't finish the job for them to be able to take over their own country. But thank you for highlighting these stories again and again, Emily. Thank you. Shoshana, who's your hero this week?
My heroes go back to our hostage theme. Ronan and Orna Nutra, who are the parents of Omer. Unfortunately, he returned this week. He was one of the bodies that was returned this week from Hamas. But his parents have been advocating for 2 years eloquently and passionately for his release, for other hostages to be released, and they're calling out Hamas for playing their games. We find ourselves in this situation of being extraordinarily happy for the people who came home and devastated for those who didn't come home or are coming home, in body bags. And Hamas is still playing games with us.
Yeah.
They're still insisting that they can't find without bulldozers. And they're lying, and we know they're lying. But we're in this position of, I guess, having to play their game or choosing to play their game. Israel's really not, in my opinion, going far enough and bashing Hamas enough as they should. We still have 8 bodies, 8 that are not returned, and they should have been returned. And so I join them in their call for everyone to come home. I join them in their grief, and I thank them for their advocacy and their eloquency and just being incredible people and raising a son who actually returned from the States to serve in the IDF. And
They're
we're with you.
amazing people, the Nutras, and they were also pivotal, by the way, in advocating for Idan Alexander to come home. They were there the whole time. They were in touch with the White House the whole time. I've met them a number of times. They're just good people from Long Island whose son was a patriot and he wanted to fight for his country. And, I wrote to a friend of mine was helping them with their campaign. And I said, I hope they get closure. And we knew what the outcome was. We knew that he'd been killed, but it's still so painful anew. You know what I mean? Even though we knew he was coming back dead in a casket, it's just so painful again. It doesn't make it any less painful. You know what I mean?
They should only know, happiness,
Amen,
health,
amen,
and
amen,
truth
amen,
from now
amen.
on.
Thanks, Shoshana. Bellamy, who's your hero this week, kid?
My hero this week is Melanie Shiraz, who's currently in Thailand representing Israel at the Miss Universe. And I know that it's something that might seem like, it's a pageant and it's less whatever. But even with what we've seen in terms of sports or anything else, representing Israel now comes with a lot. And she doesn't have a whole machine like somebody that's going to Eurovision that's really behind her and really supporting her. She's almost out there alone, but standing very tall in her pride for Israel. And I think right now, even the smallest bit of courage to stand against the massive storm and the wave that the world is pushing, and with this Miss Palestine that was all of a sudden, that came out of nowhere, manufactured out of nowhere else, has never lived anywhere near Palestine or Jordan, besides the UAE and the United States of America. The campaign that was being pushed against Israel with this Miss Palestine bot was something that was pretty strange coming out of nowhere. And I'm a very strong person, but even that would have literally made me take a step back and go, do I actually want to go and do this? And as much as Thailand is a safe place for Jews, there have been so many incidents where I go, are you really a good place for Jews to go? Because one thing spinballing into another can really raise a lot of anxiety and question. And when it comes to beauty pageants, I remember when I was younger, what do you want? World peace. Can we bring back that thing like that happened in the early 90s and the late 80s where every single beauty pageant was all about, Miss So-and-so wanting world peace. Just walk, answer the questions, be intelligent. What do you want to do? What do you want to do as a philanthropist? Are you going to medical school? Are you doing this? As an ambassador, it is so important to have women that are really steadfast and have a very iron spine in saying, I am a proud Israeli and I will represent Israel with all my pride and all my might, no matter what. So she's definitely my hero for this week.
Absolutely. And you hit the nail on the head, Bellamy. She had very little support, actually, from the Israeli government, if any at all. He had to go around garnering support for her to go there. So absolutely, Melody Shiraz, brave woman, wonderful woman. We wish her luck.
Can I mention an honorable mention, because I completely forgot, but the professor who was trashed for being Jewish and Israeli, and they wanted to behead him, and he was asked, do you regret your IDF service? Watch this video.
Where's my camera? There? Okay. Good evening, thugs. It's important to be polite. As you have probably heard, we have compulsory conscription in Israel, so as a citizen, I was obligated to serve. However, for most of us, conscription merely absolved us of the need to volunteer. Personally, I was born less than 20 years after nearly my entire family was gassed at Treblinka. And personally, I would have crawled over cut glass to get to that induction center, to put on the uniform and defend my people.
And he's like, I would have walked over glass to get to the recruitment center to serve my country. I'm like, yes, that's all we need.
He's an incredible hero, and he's actually started something which hasn't happened before, at least in the UK academia. He started a counter protest or a counter movement pro academic freedoms. And he's got a lot of
I don't know his name off the top of my head, but
he's got a lot of people sign on to this academic freedoms thing that he's doing. He's not on his own completely. He was great. He did a fantastic interview. I saw that interview. He's definitely a worthy hero. My hero, to talk a little bit to the other side of what Emily's talking about, is Ted Cruz. Because if there's anybody in the Republican Party today, apart from our wonderful Mike Huckabee that we love, but he's the ambassador. He's not in the Republican Party as an elected official at the moment. But if there's one person that's still holding the fort for sanity against the crazy woke right, is Ted Cruz. He was harassed and bullied by Tucker Carlson in his program, trying to push him into a corner about Israel. And I thought he did very well. And now he's at the RJC, the Republican Jewish Coalition conference this week, basically saying, we have a problem, but the sane people are with you. And so he is getting, I know from inside sources, that he's getting a lot of hate online and offline. He's really facing a barrage of hatred because of his stance towards Israel, but he's holding strong. So, Senator Ted Cruz, God bless you for standing strong with your values and standing strong with Israel and the values of freedom. Thank you so much.
Amen.
And so, ladies, with that, we wrap up our show. And by the time next week comes along, we will know what the fate of New York will be. And please God, the pollsters got it wrong yet again. And please God, we'll get all of our murdered hostages home for burial, for a dignified burial from their families. And maybe we can hope that the world turns around for the better by the time we get back home next week.
Amen.
Thank you for
Amen.
watching.
Turn up the volume. I am Chaim Biros, Mayor of Modi'in and Chairman of the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel. It's time to join us in Modi'in, City of the Future. We are waiting to welcome you to our young, modern, innovative city with great schools and of course all the benefits. Hope you will make Aliyah soon and join our Olim community who are so happy to call Modi'in their home. Now is the time to make Aliyah. See you soon.
Israel is strong and growing. Now more than ever is the time to make Aliyah.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding. Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the hour. I'm Ladar Lazi, and here is your roundup of the latest developments across Israel and the region. The IDF announced a short while ago that it had destroyed the tunnel shaft where Lieutenant Hadar Goldin was abducted in 2014. They made the announcement mere hours after he was laid to rest earlier today, after 11 years. Goldin, who was an officer in the IDF, was killed and taken into Gaza during the 2014 war. His remains were held for 4,118 days, and his body finally returned by Hamas this week as part of the ceasefire deal. His funeral was held this morning in Kfar Saba with thousands in attendance, including IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, who called his return home the official end of the 2014 Operation Protective Edge. Leah Goldin, Hadar's mother, eulogized her son. Let's hear what they had to say.
היום שבת אל הארץ שעליה נלחמת, אבל אנחנו נמשיך לשוב לכל מקום שבו נותרה הבטחה לא ממומשת, נמשיך לפעול עד שאחרון בנינו ישוב הביתה.
הדר, חיכינו לך 11 שנים. זה המון זמן. המון. אין לי באמת הסבר איך עשינו את זה, חוץ שבכל רגע ששקענו, היה מישהו במשפחה ואומר, היה קופץ ואומר, אבל מה הדר היה אומר? אז אנחנו פה בגלל כל מה שהשארת לנו, כל הוראות ההפעלה שלך, ומי שאתה.
May his memory be a blessing. And meanwhile, in Gaza, the United States is reportedly planning a $500 million base near Israel's Gaza border. This according to an exclusive report by Israeli website Shomrim. According to the report, which cited Israeli officials familiar with the initial plans, the facility would be used by the international forces operating inside Gaza to maintain the ceasefire and disarm Hamas, and would include several thousand troops. The report also stated that potential locations are already being scouted in the Gaza envelope. To date, only around 200 U.S. soldiers have been deployed to Israel to operate the U.S. Central Military Coordination Center, or CMCC, in Kiryat Gat. The CMCC is already in the process of taking over humanitarian aid distribution in Gaza from Israel's Kogat. And following his meeting Monday at the White House with U.S. President Donald Trump, Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara said overnight that his country will not enter direct negotiations with Israel at this time over joining the Abraham Accords. However, he did not rule out the possibility of such talks later, perhaps with U.S. assistance. Speaking from the Oval Office, U.S. President Donald Trump concluded his meeting with Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara with some positive words.
We want to see Syria become a country that's very successful, and I think this leader can do it. I really do. I think this leader can do it. And people said he's had a rough past. We've all had rough pasts, but he has had a rough past, and I think, frankly, if you didn't have a rough past, you wouldn't have a chance. He's a very strong leader. He comes from a very tough place, and he's a tough guy. I liked him. I get along with him, the new president of Syria. And we'll do everything we can to make Syria successful, because that's part of the Middle East. We have peace now in the Middle East, first time that anyone can remember that ever happening.
In our final story at this hour, a new poll released today by the Israel Democracy Institute found that 44% of Israelis believe that U.S. President Donald Trump's administration has more influence on decisions relating to Israel's security than Israel does, while 23% of Israelis say that Israel has more influence and 28% saying they have equal influence. Jerusalem has stressed it maintains full control and is working in full collaboration with the Trump administration. And that's a wrap for this hour. I'm Lidar Lazi. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you leading voices in the Middle East and beyond. In this special, we're taking you inside the Israel-Gaza war to hear from stakeholders, thought leaders, and decision makers. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're speaking with the CEO of one of the most well-established and respected Jewish organizations in the United States, Jewish National Fund, USA. Today we speak with Russell Robinson from the JNF headquarters in New York City and explore how JNF USA jumped into action after October 7th and what the organization, through his vision, is doing to help rebuild and empower the residents of southern Israel who were brutally targeted on October 7th. Let's start off with your story. Tell me a little bit about your background and how you came to be actually the youngest ever CEO of JNF USA and took this organization really to new heights.
So thank you, Emily. I was the youngest. It was a couple of years ago. But I grew up in a small town. And so I'm kind of a different kind of professional that would be in the Jewish communal world. I grew up in the middle of Judaism, El Paso, Texas, where maybe if you counted everybody who didn't want to be counted, there was 2,000 Jews. But it really had a great foundation about who I am today. In some ways, I learned about what I did not want to do in the Jewish world. I grew up in that bar mitzvah era that you got bar mitzvahed and you never would show up again because everything about leading up to it was painful. But I said to myself at that point that if I was going to be Jewish, I was going to have fun being Jewish because it just was something that wasn't part of that institutional learning. My grandfather was a great inspiration for me, my parents. But it was only until about 16 when a friend took me to a BBYO convention that I saw Jews having fun. And I never realized that that really was what the Jewish world is all about. And I got into business. From business, I accidentally got into this nonprofit business. But when I got into it, I always said, being in it, I was going to make sure that we were no longer Oy vey Judaism. It's just the greatest way to turn off our Jews, and it's not reality. We're a winning people. We're a winning group. People have written our obituaries, but we keep winning. And I believe in that in all my heart, and I think it's so important today, especially after October 7th, and we'll get into that, but something that when I got to Jewish National Fund 26 years ago, it was an organization in which had a lot of greatness to it, of history, but it had become a little stale. And we were able to build a movement here that today is over 600,000 donors. And our fastest growing part of our donor demographic is our 22 to 40-year-olds. So we've changed from, your grandfather's Oldsmobile to today's real future of the Jewish community.
I was going to ask you, when it comes to leadership, your vision for this organization has really been turning a new page for the organization. It's been lauded internationally, I think, for the programs that you've implemented. You have, the World Zionist Village. You have literally countless other programs in JNF that you've pushed forward that appeal to religious, to secular, to teenagers, to young adults, to all different groups. And as you mentioned, you're really doing a lot of work to target, 18 to 35-year-olds in a way, engage them in a way that hasn't been done. What does this leadership mentality that you bring, what does it mean to you? What does leadership mean to you? And how does it shape what you've done and what you're doing with JNF?
So leadership is about people getting off the couch and getting into the game. And I think this is a lot about who the Jewish community has to be and who we have to be as leaders. First, I'm going to go back to the oy vey. If I keep telling you that we're a losing team, and you got to be concerned, we're on the brink of annihilation. Oh, and who knows what our future is going to be. And by the way, nobody likes us. And by the way, we're hated by everybody. Join the other team. Why would you come to the game? Why would you want to participate? So part of leadership is, first off, understanding that it is not selling just because you want to do fundraising, and it's easier to do fundraising on, quote, oh, those terrible poor Jews and we're on the brink of annihilation. It's not true. Let's sell to people the reality to be part of a team. Leadership is taking the risks. Nonprofit allows you to risk far greater than business. I was in business. We had to plan, because I had partners. Every investment that I did on business was about making a profit. Now, businesses fail, but the risk factor is a lot less. In a nonprofit, you get to take the risk factor. Now, you've got to have the skin and the drive to make it happen. But if you don't, think about cancer research. 98% is failure. They don't plan on failure, but that allows you to do it that businesses wouldn't invest in. And being part of the land and people of Israel and being part of our Jewish community is taking risks for tomorrow. So you mentioned the World Zionist Village. It's the largest project happening in the Jewish world. But we believe in all of our hearts that the Jewish community of tomorrow is looking for this new conversation. Not about right or left or religious or non-religious, Israel or diaspora, about shared values and common destiny. And that is attractive to all. And as a leader, you have to put yourself out. You have to get people to stand up. I believe in all my heart, soul, everything, that the world is made up of good and bad. And the reason bad wins is when good doesn't fill the voids, because we're sitting on the couch. It's tough to be a leader. Everybody wants to push you off the ladder. There is nothing like being a great influencer and being a great leader like you, and everybody is ready to attack you. Not just your enemies, even the ones you don't think are your enemies. But you keep doing it, because climbing the ladder makes people follow. You have a unique position amongst yourself that allows people to follow you. And if you don't do that as a leader, if you don't put yourself out, shame on you. And so leadership is about taking those risks. You're given the talent. Don't sit on the sidelines. Take it, move it forward. And at Jewish National Fund, we have taken that leadership of an organization, Zionism. We don't hide from that word. By the way, it's a big Z here. We use the word all the time. I find it unbelievable that people, the greatest word, the greatest movement of the Jewish people, about coming back to our ancestral soil, and we allow others to steal the word Zionism from us. Zionism is a great movement. Shame on us for not selling it, talking about it, And Israel is a great uniter, not a divider. But let's remember the beautiful romantic stories of Israel and not get caught up. I don't think Abraham was a Likudnik or a Labor. I don't think Moses was a part of Yair Lapid's party or not. That's who our people are, not the political movements.
I think that's a really, really great point, and it's interesting that you brought up as you were speaking about leadership. It's something that's very much lacking in the Palestinian side, and in a kind of a strange way, Zionism as a civil rights movement is actually something that should serve as an example of what any minority group can be for themselves, rising up, taking responsibility, stepping forward for the interest of your people and for the interest of yourself through, in the world, in the context of the world. And if we had maybe a different Palestinian leadership, what a different reality that could be for them too. Because the story of the Jewish people is something that's so resilient, that's truly inspirational. So I think this mentality of approaching it in a positive way that emphasizes all the remarkable things about Israel, about the Jewish people historically and today, is an example. And it actually speaks to, I think, some of the work that JNF is doing with the minority communities in Israel too, which I will get to in a minute. But first, I wanted to ask you something that often comes up on the anti-Israel side when it comes to JNF. JNF is sometimes demonized or criticized for being this sort of colonialist entity that conspired to steal Palestinian land. Now, we know, historically speaking, that that's simply not true. But I'm wondering what your answer is to these types of criticism that JNF sometimes receives.
So first, I think it's a great that people, if you're noticed, even in the negative world, means you're doing something. So I take it as a badge of honor in some ways. But let's take the story. We talk about young leadership today. We talk about influencers and people make a difference. Theodor Herzl died at the age of 44. 44. He was the first JNF future. Now, I want you to imagine a secular Jew, never had been bar mitzvahed, living in the golden age of the Jewish world at the time, found and saw anti-Semitism like he never saw before and realized that no matter how great it was for the Jews in Europe at the time, that unless we returned to our ancestral soil, we would never be. That our future was there. So what did he do? He organized the Jewish National Fund. They sat around and talked for 5 years at the Zionist Congress about we should have the land because it's ours biblically. No. They sat around and talked about legal rights to have that land. We could show ownership and ownership. No. Instead, they came up with the Jewish National Fund to repurchase the land of Israel. And I use the word repurchase because land was sold to us. It was under the Ottoman Empire. People have to know just basic history. Where did the land come from? Purchased. By the way, not great land. Land that had swamps and malaria in the north. Places that were flooded, that nothing was growing on. Read, Mark Twain was in Israel in the 1800s. He wrote a whole book about his tour through the Holy Land. And he said, I don't know who God gave this land to, but they should ask for a refund. That's Mark Twain. He talked about the land being devoid of trees or vegetation. Wow. So Jewish National Fund repurchased the land. Now let's talk about the trees. Do you know how they came about? I want to say that we were great environmentalists, that we're great foresters. It was by accident. Under Ottoman law, you had 7 years to either grow on your land or live on your land or lose it. So the Eastern European Jews brought the pine trees from Eastern Europe and planted them because pine trees did not have to take care of them. And it was a way to hold on to the land which nobody was living on. But 260 hand-planted trees later, by the way, why do I say hand-planted? Because Jews were coming without education, with no job. And you would see trees that were planted in places like in Mount Moriah, places that you said, why are trees planted in the middle of this rock? Do you know why? It was an employment opportunity. You would fill up a truck with tree saplings. And so to give dignity to the Jews that were coming from North Africa and Arab countries, you would go and get a paycheck by just planting a tree in a terrible location. So it's a romantic story that we have to tell about how did we repurchase acre by acre of that land. And then it wasn't just about repurchasing it, how did we make love to that land? How did we grow on that land? Where did we build communities? And think about it, and it deals with today with the Israel envelope and what happened on October 7th. People have to realize, do you know when the first kibbutzim was established there? 1943. Get the numbers? 1943. The first kibbutzim was established there from Jews that came from Brazil, the Jews that came from Egypt. And they were sent there by the Jewish National Fund, Karen Kayemen, to be farmers. By the way, none of them were farmers. They did a good barbecue. None of them were farmers. They became some of the great agronomists in all of Israel because they took a desert and they started to make it bloom. In 1948, Ben Gurion had heard that the Negev may not be part of the partition plan for the land of Israel. So they established tower and stockade communities down in the Israel envelope. Established 7 of them. In 1947, in Yom Kippur at midnight. Now, why tower and stockade communities? It's a great story called legality. Under British law, which we were under then, if you built a tower and a stockade, you could not tear down the community. It was a legal community. So that's where the word tower and stockade. People should learn this great romantic story, these people that started. By the way, where did they find to build the 7 communities? You want to talk about the Israel spirit, the maybe Hashem, whatever you want to call it? They hired a man with a water wand for $3,500 who pointed at 7 locations in the desert and said there's water under there. They trusted him. That's where they put the 7 communities.
Was he right?
He was right on all of them.
Wow.
Now, those are great stories, and tell those stories. This is not land that was occupied. This is land that was repurchased, and not only repurchased, it is about loving the land. And I hate to go on, but I'm going to, because I tell people all the time, you want to debate the issues of legality of land, we have a legal land dispute. Okay? It's a legal argument that the Palestinians or whoever want to have. But in 1948, we both had a broken down tractor. A drop of rain does not know the borders of Israel. By the way, the best rain comes from the Jordanian side, the west side, comes down the mountains and rushes to the Mediterranean. The finest soil is on the west side and the Jordanian side, not on the Israeli side. So we both had a broken down tractor. We have a land dispute. What did you do? What did I do? I built my house. I built my school. I built my lawn. I built my farm. I built my family. I grew a community. I started building high tech. I built universities. I built places for people with disabilities. I have some of the finest work with people with disabilities in the world during a war-torn area. I brought in Ethiopians, the first nation in the history of the world to bring blacks in as citizens, not as slaves, in the history of the world. We brought in 800,000 Jews that came from North Africa and Arab countries who had lack of education. And we taught them and we built a lot of issues, a lot of mistakes. What did you do?
JNF has developed incredible infrastructure in the north, in the south, and they have even worked with a lot of Israel's minority communities, as of late, Druze communities, Arab, both Muslim and Christian communities, and built programs to integrate them with the Jewish communities. How does that fit with JNF's vision and with your vision for the future of the State of Israel?
So it's always a great question. I always want people to go to Israel just once who want to talk to them and complain and make comments. So there's forests all over Israel. There's parks all over Israel. You go to any forest during the weekend and you find thousands and thousands and thousands of people hiking, walking, having picnic in our parks and our forests. And by the way, nobody is saying Muslim, Jew, Druze, Bedouin. They're all enjoying the land and people of Israel together collectively. So let's tell some real stories here, not false stories about Israel. We took on the issue of water in Israel 26 years ago. Israel was facing a catastrophe. A catastrophe. Google it. You will see that every article written then said by 2020, Israel and the Middle East will be out of water and the great wars will be fought over water, not over land. So what did the Jewish National Fund do? We started talking about what people weren't talking about, recycled water. What about the ingathering of Jews? What about poor Jews? What about orphans? What about brink of annihilation? We're talking about sewage water, 250 reservoirs, and turning water and recycling the use of every drop of water, mayim l'chaim, water for life. And Israel today, 90% of its water is reused. Spain is number 2 at 27%. Every drop of water used, so that we kept the Zionist dream alive.
Now imagine if that was the case in Gaza.
By the way, imagine that was the case anywhere. Yeah. Anywhere. Where you could grow the most beautiful strawberries, tomatoes, pomelos in the world on recycled water. And we proved, by the way, that the American philanthropic community was sophisticated. That we didn't have to sell these grandiose, terrible stories. We could tell wastewater. And we did it $300 million later. And then we set a vision of 500,000 people moving to the Negev. It was 60% of the land of Israel. It only had 6% of the population. Beersheba was 190,000 people, losing 3% per year. You would lose the land because Mother Nature would take over. And just to tell people, Mother Nature is the greatest force in the world. Desertification, for every mile of desertification that takes over by Mother Nature, it takes 7 to 10 years to move it back. So we had to move population. First off, we proved that population produces water, wastewater. So we took away that edge. Second, people said, well, didn't Ben Gurion say, follow me? He did, but Israel was a country of 3 million. Now Israel is growing. So Jewish National Fund took the drive of Blueprint Negev to moving people down. But to move people down, you have to work with all the people that are there. The Bedouin population is in the Negev. There is 400,000 Bedouins in the Negev. They are Israeli citizens. So the largest project in the Bedouin community in anywhere in the Negev is a Jewish National Fund project called Project Wadi Atir, which we bring economic opportunity to them. We bring tradition back to them so they learn how to utilize traditional Bedouin methodologies for cosmetics and for medicines. So we bring environmental, how to make sure that they're not grazing their sheep, which is not an ideology, it's a methodology. But if you graze your sheep and they drink poison water, you lose the product. We teach them about economics and we teach them about agriculture. Now, that project helps bring opportunities to the Bedouin community. They're looking for jobs. Our Lauder Employment Center in the Negev has helped the Bedouin community to jobs. When Google is trying to find employees, they're not looking for Jewish employees or Muslims employees or Bedouin employees. They're looking for employees that meet the criteria. And so our Lauder Employment Center opened up in the Negev to find jobs for people because we found that businesses were saying there was nobody to hire. And students from Ben Gurion University who said there was no jobs. So we took the two circles and brought them together. We created housing sites by a loan program working with communities so they could build the infrastructure because that's the way it works in Israel. And over 2,000 homes later have been created because of Jewish National Fund's innovative thought process of bringing people down the Negev. And we work to not leave people behind. So we work with a group called Makom Communities, young leaders who have moved into these communities, sort of like inside kibbutzim, to make sure that seniors are being helped, the children are getting education. So as we're moving new population in, we're still bringing the old population up. Creating changes in a 7-mile river walk in Beersheba. If you haven't been to Beersheba in a while, go and see our 30-acre lake in the middle of Beersheba. We were always making a joke, if you want to move to Beersheba, buy a boat. Now, buy a boat. And our 7-mile river walk will have water in it. We have a 7-mile Tayelid with a 13,000-seat amphitheater. And in Beersheba, 20,000 new housing sites have been improved. Beersheba, a town of 190,000, losing 3%. Today is 251,000, the fastest growing city in Israel, and soon to be home of the World Zionist Village.
It's truly remarkable. I know also from my own interviews and content that I've done, some of the JNF work in the north in particular has done a lot of work for empowering women from minority communities, specifically Druze women, Arab women who are business owners, who are getting opportunities as a result of JNF programs. And it's really remarkable to see how this organization that's about restoring the land, the Jewish land, historically Jewish land, has actually brought together the Arab population, which are an integral part of the state of Israel. I want to turn a little bit to something a little bit more heavy, October 7th. I would like to hear from you what changed for you personally on October 7th, and then of course what is JNF doing to help these victims of some of these communities. I know you guys have quite a few programs that you've been implementing, working with survivors, with children in the south, I think also in the north with some of the evacuated communities. So share with us a little bit about that.
So I was in Israel on October 7th. I arrived in the morning with my wife. It was going to be a program in Jerusalem, a program that we're going to. And I'd started getting notices on my phone that rockets were coming, and I started sending out to all of our people in the Israel envelope, because these were not people that we sort of knew. We've been working with these people for 20 years. This was our family. One of them was Ophir Lipstein, the mayor of Shar HaNegev, who I had sent a text to, who sent me an emoji of a hand praying. 30 minutes later, he was dead. We immediately started setting up a situation room, not knowing what was happening, but we had been working with these communities before, Emily. We knew that there was going to be some sort of evacuation, and we had planned for it. Not for this. We had planned for all the others. We knew the people in the Arava. We knew the people in Ramat HaNegev, in Mitzpeh Ramon, Gush Etzion. So we already knew where people could go. So we started immediately on the ground, putting Zooms together with people. We were getting instantaneous from the people in the Israel envelope what was going on, and we were replacing them to different places. 3,700 people to Mitzpeh Ramon. Over 3,200 people to Ramat HaNegev. Mitzpeh Ramon is a town of 5,700 people. It almost doubled its population in 24 hours. There was one community in the Eshkol region who called out to us on the next day and said, we want to move together, 391 people. We knew where to move them, and within 24 hours, 391 people moved to a place in Gush Etzion with new sheets and new pillows, with families taking them in. Now, none of those families and none of the people that we put in the Arava Valley, both in Eilot and in the Arava, had ever dreamed, or Yoracham, or any place that this was going to last this long. So now you have people who've opened up their homes for a week, and they're being told now it's 4 or 5 months. So our situation room was going 24 hours a day because this was our family. At the same time, you should know, we had 160 kids at our Alexander Muss High School in Israel. A war is happening, and now we had to take 160 kids from Alexander Muss High School who were there for a semester abroad. It's one of our great programs, and I'll want to talk about it. These are 16 and 17-year-olds, and I want to tell you just a story about them. We had to bring them from Jerusalem the first night. Nobody knew what was going on. If you remember on October 7th, where terrorists were, So we had to get buses. They were already in bomb shelters in Jerusalem, bring them to our Hod HaSharon campus. We transported them with all the fears that we had. Had to teach the kids about going in bomb shelters. Fed them a lot of pizzas. The next day, started classes with them, but we realized, listen, things were happening and we were losing teachers to being called up, madrichs and so on. By the third day, it became evident that we were not going to be able to keep the school open. So we were doing things with the kids like they wanted to be part. They packed over 3,500 packages to go to hospitals. Shampoo, we had stuff shipped in and they were working. And you should have seen these young people. You talk about leadership. We had a logistics manager and we had a manager of writing notes and we had a manager of packing, and this was all them doing it. And then I'll tell you one of the unbelievable stories. When we had to tell them they had to go home, believe it or not, everyone was in tears, fighting their parents. You sure heard the phone calls going on the side. But we knew we had to send them home. Now, we had to send them home through Italy because remember, flights were being canceled, and we got a charter flight to Italy, and we had to tell these kids who were there for 18 weeks that you only could take one suitcase. Now, some brought 3. They didn't leave their clothes behind. They washed them. I almost tear every time. They washed them. They folded them because we told them we were going to have evacuees utilizing our school. They folded them. They marked them, girls, socks, sizes, and put a note, "We are with you." 16 and 17-year-olds. If you don't think our Jewish world is great in tomorrow, go meet our Alexander Muss High School kids. So we were working with those evacuees every day. We took them in our school. We had 170 at one time. We had to learn how to be social workers, how somebody from Kiryat Shimona doesn't necessarily talk to somebody from Ashkelon. We learned a lot of things. We're serving food. Then we had classes. It wasn't something we were set up to do, but we did it. And we were working with the evacuees, 800 diapers going to Mitzpeh Ramon per week. Mitzpeh Ramon has not a grocery store. So you're moving people down there. And how did we work? We didn't wait for them to call us. Even today, this morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm on with our situation room. They're on every day with the evacuees everywhere and been talking. And then 1 week into the war, we started building a plan called Livnot Biachad, build together. It was for the day after. Now, people were criticizing us at first, saying, how can you talk about the day after? We were taking care of them, providing the food, providing necessities for their existence today. But we knew if you don't believe in tomorrow, why are we doing this? So we're building that plan for tomorrow. And by the way, that plan is coming to light sooner than we thought. So in the next 2 months, 20,000 people are moving back to the Israel envelope. And Jewish National Fund is moving them back. Because the two most important things in disaster program is trust and bringing people back home. We have the trust because they're our family. And we're bringing them back home. And what are we doing? We're redoing their parks, even those communities that had no destruction. We're redoing their public schools. We're building classrooms right now because the classrooms that they have to use in the Eshkol region and Shar HaNegev aren't available to them. So we're taking one of the kibbutzes that had old classrooms, and our volunteers, we have over 200 volunteers going to Israel every single week. We started that. We're going to have over 2,500 volunteers volunteering in Israel. Nobody's doing that. But we're doing it because we're not only going and picking fruit. Yes, we are. We're painting these new classes. We're going to paint people's homes if they want it. We're going to put new trees in their yards. We're going to put new benches. We're going to clean up their parks. They're going to do their public spaces and new furniture and give them the reveal moment. They can't take the circle of pain away, but it could give them that opportunity to sort of take that shower, get dressed, and start the day tomorrow. Because they know that we were with them yesterday, we're with them today, and we're going to be with them in the future. And that's our big signature projects that we're also working on, building the finest sports facility in the entire area of Israel that's going to be in Shar HaNegev. New opportunities, $1 million of scholarships for music scholarships. They killed our children at a music festival. They're not going to stop us from playing music. Every child in the Israel envelope who wants to play music will have a scholarship available to them. Everything we're doing is about turning it to the envy of Israel. So soon, there's a lot of housing sites we're doing there as well. If you want to live in one of the greatest areas of Israel, they used to call it 95% heaven, 5% hell. We're going to turn that percentage to 100% heaven. That's the Israel.
B'ezrat Hashem. I think also one more thing that JNF has been really remarkable on in this war in particular, just in recent months, is working with the children of the Gaza envelope who can't go to school suddenly, people who have lost parents, people who have lost siblings before their eyes. Some of these children who overnight were orphaned, I know JNF has been doing they transferred hundreds of them and set up classrooms, correct? I think it was.
Classrooms, look, we also found out sometimes because we were working on the ground, I'll tell you one of the great stories of classrooms. I'll use Mitzvah Ramon, 3,700 people. You're trying to get something normal going, so what's the greatest normal thing you could do is start classrooms. So everybody, all organizations were running around talking about we need to bring teachers in, we're going to build classrooms and bring teachers in. And we decided to have a Zoom call with all of our leaders, both from the Arava, from Mount HaNegev, and from Eshkol and Shar HaNegev and Sderot. And we started saying, listen, let's look at how we're going to do this in an organized fashion. And I always remember her name was Noah Zera. I'm going to give a shout out to her. She said on the call, I know you have 3,700 people in Mitzvah Ramon. Have any of you done a survey to find out how many teachers are there? And all of a sudden, silence was on. I always said, the men were silent, the women were shaking their head, yes, because it took a good head to. And all of a sudden, we found out there's 39 teachers. So we were able to open up schools quick. But if you're running, sometimes you could spend the money and not necessarily make the impact. So schools started operating every single place. In Ramat HaNegev, they came to us, and the mothers said, listen, the accommodations are small and nice, and we appreciate everything you're giving for us. We wish we had a place to cook. So we built a huge outdoor kitchen. And mothers are coming there and cooking. I say mothers, I hate to be that way, but it was, I was waiting for the fathers to show up. And they got, barbecue grills that they turn into ovens, and they're cooking. And it's giving them whatever normal is. And you got to remember, in the north, we don't know what tomorrow is. I'm giving you a story of what's happening in Israel envelope for the next 2 months. Has the war began in the north? Has the war ended in the north? But I have to tell you, there's nobody living in Kiryat Shimon and all those places up there, and we're taking care of them as well. And we're building bomb shelters that they did not have for their schools, so when they come back. And so we're building not only a Livnot B'Yachad plan for the Israel envelope, we're building a plan for the northern part of Israel called Reimagine. Reimagine so that the Israel North becomes the Tuscany of Israel, the place that you want to move to. We have a land of Israel. 60% is the Negev, 17% is the Galil. It's not a part to give away.
Absolutely. I mean, I think when it comes to Israel's future, I'm wondering for you, what do you see as the solution? I mean, I know that's a broad question, but what's the solution in Gaza, and what can the diaspora Jewry, whether organizationally like JNF or as individuals, what can the diaspora do to support Israel in building, to livnot b'yachad, to build a better future together?
Zionism and connection to the land of Israel makes us strong. The IDF is the strongest army in the world, and they'll protect, and you get all the criticisms they want for October 7th and whatever else. But the IDF is the people of Israel. So I always like when people say, well, guess what? It's the people of Israel. And
incidentally, also Arabs and Jews together. A lot of people forget that, yeah.
And that's the IDF. You want to be a strong Jewish community? We need Israel in the diaspora as much as Israel needs the diaspora. The strength of the American Jewish community, the strength of Paris Jewish community, France, of England, of anywhere else, is today because of Israel. So let's get straight. Our strength is based upon having a place called Israel. People don't want to remember that there was a ship called the SS St. Louis that came to the shores of the United States in 1938, and we could muscle up 5 congressmen and senators to come to try to get them to disembark. And they went back, many to the death in the gas chambers. Today we have in Israel. Our breath in our chest is stronger because of that place in Israel. Don't let people talk about it not being the unifier of the Jewish community. That's the other thing. You know, go to a Maccabi, JCC Maccabi game every summer here in the United States. They have them Florida this past year. There's always a group from Israel that comes. And I say, you want to do a focus group? Watch what happens. These are not people that are synagogue goers and you could say Zionist born. Most of them were from public schools and so on. And when the Israel team comes marching in, the whole crowd cheers. And the kids can't wait to rip the pins off of the Israeli players. Our school at Alexander Muss High School in Israel, 51% of our kids come from public and non-Jewish day schools. 70% of their parents have never been to Israel. And they're coming for 18 weeks of full education and 4,000 years of Jewish history. You want to give strength to the Jewish community tomorrow? I can't tell you what our enemies need to do or don't need to do. They have to come to their own solutions. I know as a Jewish people that our strength against our enemies is far beyond the IDF. Far beyond the IDF. Because our borders in Israel, our strength in Israel, and I'll use the Arava, you know what protects the Arava? Pomelos and figs and dates. Not F-16s and Merkava tanks. We plant, grow, and live. We choose life. We're not going to be allowed to be identified for October 7th. We're not even going to be identified for the Holocaust. Those are moments in life that we have to know and never forget. But our identity is our strength of our Jewish people and our connection to the land and people of Israel. And the more we do it, the stronger we are to our enemies.
Well, I think that's an excellent way to end. I want to thank you so much for your time and for all the incredible work that JNF is doing, both prior to October 7th and, of course, after this tragedy as well. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you, Emily.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you thought leaders, stakeholders, and other experts from the Middle East and beyond. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we'll be speaking with the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, who in recent years has become a leading voice for the Iranian people in the fight against the regime in Iran. Your Highness, it's an honor to have you with us. The Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, thank you for joining us today. Now, I want to start by asking you, there's a lot of people speaking about the Gaza war, but the agenda of the Islamic Republic, of course, extends far beyond just Israel and their terror proxies. Do you think that the West understands the nature of the Islamic Republic? And if not, how can we help educate them?
Well, the most important factor in understanding the nature of the regime is look at its behavior and consistency in its behavior ever since its existence. The DNA of this regime is the complete opposite of the desire and aspiration of Iranians who, let's not forget, were the first hostages of this regime. And it has always tried to use Iran as a launching pad for their ideological indoctrination of the rest of the world and exporting this ideology. In fact, their military branch, the IRGC, is mandated to help them export this ideology all the way across the world. And of course, the proxy war is also one way that they keep the focus away from themselves, engage in regional conflicts, and the regime has always fomented instability in order to keep itself in power, repression at home and conflict abroad. So I think if you look at the past 40 years, and my biggest criticism of the basic flaw in Western governments' analysis or policy vis-a-vis the regime was because it was based on a false premise of behavior change as a goal. And if you look at everything that followed, whether they were using diplomacy or strength in terms of carrot and the stick approach, as we say, and it was based on behavior change. Whereas we have always argued that the only solution is actually an end to this regime. and not expecting any behavior change from them. So I think by the passage of time, it appears like this understanding is becoming a bit clearer. But is it necessary to simply understand? I think the next steps have to be taken. You cannot expect for this evil regime to disappear by itself. You need to actually put an end to it. Now, I always argue that this is a campaign of Iranians, by Iranians at home, but they deserve to have some support because all these years they had no supports whatsoever. And there are ways to achieve that, not by means of foreign intervention or military attacks, but by means of invigorating and equaling the playing field for Iranians to be able to overcome this regime. But why is it in the benefit, in the best interest of the free world as well? We're not asking them to shed a tear for us out of compassion. At least stick to your values of freedom and democracy and be defending the rights of Iranians to self-determination, which is what they ask. But you need to help them the same way we help many dissidents in other countries overcome their dictatorial system, authoritarian system. And it's consistent with the same approach, that if you believe that Iranians deserve to have the same freedoms that you as Westerners enjoy in your countries, then don't let them be thrown under the bus by cutting a deal with this regime that represses them, that kills them, that tortures them, that executes them, that shoots bullets into the eyes of their young people, and instead say, we are in solidarity with you, we will help you overcome. I think that has to be the major shift in attitude, because staying within the status quo and hoping by miracle to have a change of behavior is a total waste of time. And as we're getting more critically close to the red line of nuclear threat, and we don't explore an opportunity of having change before resorting to more dire measures, that would be such a historically criminal thing to do. And Iranians are saying to the whole world, we are on your side, why don't you come and help us?
Now, you've spoken quite a bit about maximum pressure on the regime and maximum support for the Iranian people, as you alluded to in the previous question. I'm wondering what that actually looks like in terms of policy. What can the West actually do to have policies that will support the people and promote regime change?
The most important thing, considering not the desired outcome, as we've seen either in Afghanistan or Iraq, is to understand that change in Iran is not going to be tantamount to another failed state. Because the Iranian people are ready for that change, and have demonstrated their capability if given the chance. That's the whole premise of our argument, that Iranians are ready for change. That if we have a scenario whereby we can guarantee the maximum defections of elements stuck with the regime that don't believe in this regime any longer, and they want to be part of the solution, that's the best way to guarantee a smooth transition without having, at the end of the day, post-regime, a situation of anarchy and disorder. So it's a controlled implosion with an actual game plan, with a transfer of authority and transitional governance, which is part of my campaign and what I'm trying to explain. So we can get to a point that Iranians can finally say, now it's up to us to decide for ourselves. We have a mechanism, we have a process, and we have, beyond the obvious liberty, freedom, democracy, and what have you, but a roadmap to recovery, that the country has the opportunity to now bring in foreign investment, address the issue of employment, job creation, everything that economically makes sense to the average person on the streets, because the rest is all motherhood and apple pie. But how do you actually translate it to something that is beneficial, not only for Iranians, but for those who will benefit from it? So it's a win-win scenario. That makes much more sense than hoping that this regime, with its corrupt mafia in charge, continuing its proxy wars, is going to offer any better solution that it had in the past 40 years. There has to be that change of paradigm.
When it comes to the state of Israel, there have been some voices within Israel who have advocated for separatism as a means of weakening the regime. Now, of course, this isn't the case. In a way, it actually strengthens the regime. This is a conspiracy that the regime itself has spewed for years in order to, cut down the dissidents and undermine them, saying that people want to divide Iran. Why is separatism wrong? Why is this actually a way of strengthening the regime?
Well, first and foremost, you give the regime an excuse to crack down even more in the name of, protecting the land. But Iranians in nature are proud of their past and history. Iran was a melting pot long before America became an example of it in latter years. For centuries, we had ethnic groups, different religions live under the same roof side by side and in peace. That was the nation state that Iran was for centuries. And to this day, especially when you look at the Masa Amini situation and the revolution, in the four corners of Iran, they were treating it as a national cause. It was not a Kurdish issue or an Azerbaijani issue and so on and so forth. Now, there are separatists. I believe that the numbers are minimal. There are fringe arguments, but they're given too much a platform, and that's dangerous, and I tell you why. Because Iranians will hesitate when they think that there are certain governments or other forces at play that will be encouraging this kind of separatism, and Iranians are proud of their land is sacred, and there's a reason why you have a sense of national identity. There's a flag that represents a nation, and that's our red line anyway as nationalists. And we believe that we don't need to get there, because I'm not saying that ethnic groups have not suffered at the hand of this regime, but what Iranian is left in Iran that hasn't suffered on this regime? You have suffered because of your ethnicity, you have suffered because of your faith, you have suffered because of your sexual orientation, you have suffered because you're just a woman and treated as a second-class citizen. This is the doing of this regime. That's not Iran. That's not what is in the heart of every Iranian, that respect one another, that don't care whether you're Muslim or Jewish or Zoroastrian or atheist. They don't care whether you're leftist or rightist, so long as you observe the rules of the game and democracy and respect and mutual tolerance. This is part of our, I think, to some extent, culture that was completely devastated by this regime. So I think the guarantee in terms of having equality and end to any kind of discrimination rides solely on what we think is this formula, which is a secular democratic system replacing this autocratic religious dictatorship.
Now, you spoke at the Israeli-American Council Conference calling for peace and cooperation between the State of Israel and a future free Iran, even a Cyrus Accords as a follow-up to the Abraham Accords. What would a future Israel-Iran relationship look like in a free Iran?
A true strategic partnership in the best interest of not just the two countries, but our entire region. Look at the challenges that we face. Not just the region, the whole world does. Climate change, economic issues, water shortages, which is a major issue now as far as Iran is concerned. And in fact, part of the reason I traveled to Israel was to talk to Israeli experts that are the best in the world in terms of water management and understanding the challenges and recommendation as to how to deal with it from every aspect, and many other things, technology, industry, innovation, and what have you. I think the whole region will benefit from it, but first and foremost, it's an element of stability. And if the Middle East has always been challenged by these conflicts that we've had, I think it's important to show and demonstrate that two critical countries in that region can work with one another. It was in the same spirit that when my father was very much helpful to President Sadat, when at the time he established a relationship with Golda Meir, and it led to an Egyptian-Israeli peace agreement. It means that in the right climate, you can achieve peace. And again, in the same spirit, how could you possibly have stability and peace in a region that you have one element and a terrorist regime that is constantly fomenting conflict? So a different Iran with the right partners would be able to not only set the stage for the kind of climate that is conducive to not only peace and something that everybody wants, but all the opportunities behind it. Economic development, interaction, it's good, it's profitable for everyone. I think that's an approach that will have many supporters, from Saudi Arabia to Egypt to Israel to Syria to all the countries that currently are stuck with the status quo.
Absolutely. Your Highness, Reza Pahlavi, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And from one harrowing captivity experience to another. For more than 2.5 years, Elizabeth Tsurkov, an Israeli-Russian academic doing research in Baghdad, was held hostage in Iraq. She was released from brutal captivity in September and now speaks for the very first time.
They basically used me as a punching bag.
Those stark words come from Elizabeth Tsurkov's first interview in the New York Times since her release in September 2025. Tsurkov was held hostage for 2.5 years by an Iran-aligned Iraqi militia identified as Kataib Hezbollah, where she was beaten, electrically shocked, and sexually assaulted. She was kidnapped in March 2023 after being lured to a cafe in Baghdad under the pretense of an academic meeting. Her captors later uncovered she held Israeli citizenship and began to treat her as a spy. In their underground facility, alone in a windowless room, she tried to comply with their demands. The physical damage is severe. Tsurkov lost a tooth when beaten, spends much of her days lying down because she can no longer stand or sit without intense pain due to her torture. Among her harrowing experiences, she recounts being handcuffed, hung up from the ceiling, and beaten until she was no longer conscious. Her story has broader implications. It illustrates a dangerous regional theater where Israeli citizens can be abducted in Iraq and where proxy militias aligned with Tehran can exploit the chaos of the wider war. Her release, referred to by President Donald Trump as a personal victory of determination, illustrates the heightened stakes for Israel and its allies beyond the Gaza front. For Israel, Tsurkov's survival adds to the mounting evidence of sexual violence, torture, and hostage abuse across multiple arenas, especially since October 7, 2023, not just in Gaza, but across the region. Now safely back home and undergoing treatment, Tsurkov has joined the ranks of survivors who must now live with the aftermath.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the hour. I'm Ladar Lazi, and here is your roundup of the latest developments across Israel and the region. The IDF announced a short while ago that it had destroyed the tunnel shaft where Lieutenant Hadar Goldin was abducted in 2014. They made the announcement mere hours after he was laid to rest earlier today, after 11 years. Goldin, who was an officer in the IDF, was killed and taken into Gaza during the 2014 war. His remains were held for 4,118 days, and his body finally returned by Hamas this week as part of the ceasefire deal. His funeral was held this morning in Kfar Saba with thousands in attendance, including IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, who called his return home the official end of the 2014 Operation Protective Edge. Leah Goldin, Hadar's mother, eulogized her son. Let's hear what they had to say.
היום שבת אל הארץ שעליה נלחמת, אבל אנחנו נמשיך לשוב לכל מקום שבו נותרה הבטחה לא ממומשת, נמשיך לפעול עד שאחרון בנינו ישוב הביתה.
הדר, חיכינו לך 11 שנים. זה המון זמן. המון. אין לי באמת הסבר איך עשינו את זה, חוץ שבכל רגע ששקענו, היה מישהו במשפחה ואומר, היה קופץ ואומר, אבל מה הדר היה אומר? אז אנחנו פה בגלל כל מה שהשארת לנו, כל הוראות ההפעלה שלך, ומי שאתה.
May his memory be a blessing. And meanwhile, in Gaza, the United States is reportedly planning a $500 million base near Israel's Gaza border. This according to an exclusive report by Israeli website Shomrim. According to the report, which cited Israeli officials familiar with the initial plans, the facility would be used by the international forces operating inside Gaza to maintain the ceasefire and disarm Hamas, and would include several thousand troops.